What's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. Good show for you tonight. I think I will sadly have to, halfway through the show, end my Twitch stream. It looks like that'll have to be the case if I'm going to review the Jordan Peterson Destiny debate, because terms of service of Twitch say that you cannot show any video of a banned streamer. So, hey, what's up, Mark? So, that's unfortunate, but not my fault. And make no mistake about it, even though Hassan or any other lefty streamers could get away with doing that, Twitch don't like me, and they're not going to go with that. What's up, Zen's forehead? I wanted to talk before that, though, about some arguments I was having on X today. I thought would be worth talking about, particularly surrounding the Trump Mar-a-Lago judgment. And Jon Stewart, is Jon Stewart a criminal? So we'll watch a little of what Jon Stewart said, and then we'll get into diving into sort of this court case that fined Trump $500 million, basically. So we'll get into that. But first, how's everyone's day? Hope everyone's doing fantastic. I am, as usual. It was a fun day today. Got to hang out with the man. He decided he wanted to watch Monsters, Inc. today because there are these little juices that he likes, like apple juice or grape juice, and they got characters on them. Sometimes it's like SpongeBob or Paw Patrol. And he got one with Mike Wazowski, the eyeball guy from Monsters, Inc. So I got it out of the fridge for him, and then he decided he wanted to watch Monsters, Inc. So that's what we got into, which was a lot of fun. Enjoyable to watch that. So meanwhile, I was arguing with people on Twitter because I'm a loser, or X. No Capri Sun, we're out of those. Was arguing with people on X about this Trump Mar-a-Lago thing. And I think it's funny because we could go back. Maybe I'll show this clip later tonight. I didn't pull it up yet. But when I was on Tim Pool's show, the morning show, The Culture War, one of the things we talked about was sort of this judgment against Trump. And I had mentioned that the easiest way to understand this is if the judge and the attorney general are saying that Trump overvalued his property, they have to say what the legitimate value would be, right? And we'll get into this specifically. But in other words, like if the judge says, robnoerr, you've overvalued your property, the bare minimum that they need to do is to, one, acknowledge what the value I said it was worth, and second, acknowledge what the actual value is. That's what's necessary. And we know what Letitia James was out there saying because she was making posts on X. She was giving the tax assessed value, which is a joke. Anyone who's ever owned property know that's a joke. Now, I've since had some people reach out to me and to let me know that things are different state to state. I guess I can only speak to Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York, and other places that I've heard. Maybe some people in the audience that have owned property in other states could tell me how it is. But in general, everyone I know who has owned any property has paid more for the property. So the actual value of the property, what they paid for or what they sold it for, was more than the tax assessed value. In other words, let's say a house in rural Pennsylvania where I live sells for $100,000. The tax assessed value of that property might be $30,000. So when you pay your property tax at the end of the year, the value that they've put on your property is $30,000. However, the purchase price, the actual market price, was $100,000. When you go to, and I don't know anyone who owns a home that paid for it outright with cash. Everyone I know has a mortgage. I guess to my knowledge, the people I know that own, there might be a couple, I have a couple friends that are wealthier that maybe didn't have a mortgage on their home. So for example, when I purchased my home, I got a mortgage. So part of the purchasing my home was getting approved. They had to assess the value of the home that the bank was willing to give me money. Then they gave me money. Then I sent that money to the seller. And now I pay on my mortgage every month. It was a 15-year mortgage. So after 15 years, it'll be my home. Until then, the bank owns it and I'm paying a mortgage on it. That's how it goes, right? Like that's the average normal process. The problem is if what the Attorney General, Letitia James, and Judge Ernagon are saying is, no, the correct value of your home is the tax assessed value. And if you represent to a bank that your home is worth more than that, you've committed fraud. In other words, if you're talking that same house. By the way, this is just a hypothetical. It's not my home. But the same house that you purchased for $100,000 and got a mortgage for $100,000 to purchase that home. But the tax assessed value is $30,000. It does not matter if the bank said, no, we're cool. We're cool with giving you the $100,000. It doesn't matter if you paid the bank back on time. It doesn't matter if the bank is happy with the arrangement and would be happy to loan you money again. All of that is irrelevant. You've committed fraud because the actual value of your home is $30,000. That seems to be the argument that's being made. That's why Letitia James put out the tweet that was like, Trump said it was worth $1 billion, but the actual value was $27 million. Where did she get the $27 million number? It was the tax assessed value. To which rightfully, even people on the left that know anything were like, wait a minute, that's not how that works. No, that's ridiculous. In other words, the implications of this is if we would take this legal theory, because even CNN's been forced to admit, they can't come up with another case even remotely similar where someone's been charged like this, particularly with this amount of a fine, $500 million in fines. So this is unprecedented, right? And it's coming from an attorney general that ran on promising to bring down Donald Trump. Okay? So they bring this case. They can't give you an analogous case. I've had people say, if anyone else did this, they'd be in prison. Cool. Show me one example. Anyone? Bank's happy. Bank got their money back. No victim. No one lost money. But you're telling me that there's been cases like this where people... Thanks, Double Dumb. I appreciate it. Yeah, Kevin O'Leary. That's an example of someone. Yeah, we'll talk about him in a minute, too. That's general. And that's what I was saying on Tim Pool. Oftentimes, now I'm no legal expert, and I'm willing to talk to people that are lawyers. I do it all the time. In fact, hilariously, I've had people recently that are lawyers that I've talked to that were shocked that I'm not a lawyer. I'm not. I'm a dumb redneck who does this as a hobby, right? I'm willing to listen to people. But just because you have some sort of title doesn't mean you're right, and it doesn't mean that you're not infected by bias. When I hear that something's unprecedented, to me, then I'm like, okay, well then there has to be an extraordinary reason for this circumstance. What is it? What is, if it's unprecedented, then we're setting a new precedent. So what is the precedent that we're setting? It becomes difficult for the average person to sift through these cases. So at the end of the day, here's the easiest way I can explain this to you. Hey, have you ever owned a property? Have you ever had a mortgage? You know how your tax assessed value is one thing on your property, but the value that you'll sell your home for is another thing, or the value you got your mortgage for is another thing? You're a criminal, according to Letitia James and Judge Aragon. Now, they're not going to go after you. Why? Because this isn't about actual justice and no one's above the law. It's about interfering in the election to harm Donald Trump. That's what's going on. It's clear. It's clear as day. That's what's going on. That's why it is unprecedented they're going after him. Everybody knows that. But in effect, what they're saying was, if the law is equally applied, all of you that are homeowners absolutely have committed a crime. Your house is assessed at $30,000, but you got a $100,000 mortgage. You committed a crime. You committed fraud to the tune of $70,000. You should be forced to pay back that $70,000 and any rates of inflation between the time you received that mortgage and now. So you probably owe something like, I don't know. I think they included interest as well, so maybe you owe like $200,000. But you'll say, but I didn't do anything wrong. That was the purchase price. I paid my mortgage on time. The bank got the money. Doesn't matter. None of that matters. Does not matter. You're a criminal. Millions of people. That's who's criminal now based on this. Simple. I know that. You know that. All of the talking head Democrats know that. Now, maybe some people that have never owned property, they don't get that. I can understand, and I'm trying to be as generous as possible. If you've never owned a parcel of land or a home or anything like that, you might say, but the government says what your house is worth. That's that. If they say your house is worth $50,000 and you sell it for $150,000, well then, you should have been paying taxes on $150,000. And make no mistake, this is an argument that will eventually be made. What's going to come about of this is, well, maybe you're right, Rob, that the tax assessed value isn't the value that's normally used, but it should be. So if you're selling your house for $150,000, then we need to fix all that. And that's what the government will eventually do. As they spend more and more, they're going to want more and more revenue. They got to squeeze more and more water out of a stone. And so they're going to raise the property values. That brings us to Jon Stewart. Now, I'm not going to play the whole clip. I'll just play a minute of it. But Jon Stewart does the Daily Show once a week or something now. I don't know. And he's going to weigh in on this. So what he's weighing in specifically is Kevin Leary, who's the guy on Shark Tank. Now, what I can't weigh in is what Kevin Leary's suggesting. Kevin Leary's suggesting the sort of things that Trump's being accused of doing, basically every real estate developer does. That I don't know. I can't claim to be a real estate developer. I own my house. That's it. Yeah. That's it. But he's basically saying this is selective enforcement. It's going to drive businesses away from New York because basically what the Attorney General of New York is telling you is if we don't like your politics, we'll go after you. And so Jon Stewart's lampooning Kevin Leary, basically saying like, oh, but there was people that were affected. You know, interest rates were lower for Trump and blah, blah, blah. Taxes weren't paid. So I'll let Jon speak for himself. You could hear what he says here. Oops.
Interest rates, although to be honest, who gives a shit? Not victimless crimes. First, the banks got paid back at lower interest rates, although to be honest, who gives a shit? But second...
Right, so the argument here is that had Trump been honest about the evaluations of his property, the banks may have lent him the money, but they would have charged higher interest rates. But that's on the bank. If the bank chose to give out billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars without doing an evaluation of the property themselves, then that's on them, right? You try that. You try going to the bank and saying, I would like $100 million loan and I'm going to put my house up for collateral. Trust me, it's worth $100 million. Yeah, they're not going to accept that. They're going to evaluate the home. They're going to look at the tax assessed value, they'll price on. For that amount of money, they're probably going to send their own appraiser out there, etc. Right? So, and even Jon Stewart says here, like, who gives a shit? The bank's got a lesser interest rate. Fine, whatever. Moving on.
Money isn't infinite. A loan that goes to the liar...
Funny hearing a lefty like Jon Stewart, big government lefty, say money's not infinite. Till it comes to bills where they're spending trillions of dollars willy-nilly. Turn on the printing press, except when it comes to arresting Trump, then get him.
Doesn't go to someone who's giving a more honest evaluation. So the system becomes incentivized for corruption. And this is...
Right. It also becomes incentivized for people that have relationships with the bank, people that are celebrities, people that have large amounts of money, people like Jon Stewart, right? So the idea that he's saying here is, well, the bank that Trump got his loan from could have lent money out to other people, but because Trump committed fraud, because he didn't evaluate his home in the way that Jon Stewart thinks would have been acceptable, there were a victim, the people that didn't get loans down the road, which is a ridiculous argument.
Is part of a different Trump fraud case, but avoiding taxes hurts all of us. Donald Trump shenanigans cost the city of New York. And to be honest, and let's be frank here, that is money that the city of New York could have used to build more Walgreens.
And that's all we're going to listen to of Jon Stewart. It's all I could stomach. That's the important part. That's actually a credible argument. The argument would be, if Trump overvalued his property for purchasing and loan purposes, but undervalued it for tax purposes, then he defrauded the state of New York out of tax revenue. And that's important. Okay, that you could actually draw a line to harm. Okay, fine, great. The problem is that same criticism could be levied at any person ever who took a loan out on a piece of property based on an evaluation of that property that was higher than the tax assessed value, which is just about everyone who's ever owned a piece of property. Now, I understand to any sort of commie lefties out here, the I hate landlords crew, that you might say, great, property owners are shit. They're all wealthy land barons that are screwing over the poor and working class. Well, there are millions of people that are property owners that aren't wealthy, that are first-time home buyers, that are minorities, that are single mothers, etc. If that's the sort of thing. I don't give a shit about any of that, but if you're a lefty, that's the truth. In fact, most people I know own property only own one home, like me. I live paycheck to paycheck. Almost everyone I know that's a homeowner lives paycheck to paycheck. That's the truth. Where I'm at, the average cost of a home is probably $100,000 or less, which to me, when I hear homes like $3 million home, it sounds ridiculous to me. I'll look at them and I'm like, what? That house isn't much more impressive than my friend's house. But it's because that house is in a city. I live in the middle of nowhere. So the property, like, you could rent here for $300 a month. So it ain't like people rolling in the money that are buying homes around here. And yet still, everyone has a mortgage. No one's walking up that I know and buying a home here, $80,000 cash. They're getting a mortgage. They get approved for a mortgage, a certain amount. Then they get a property. They submit that paperwork to the bank. The bank approves the mortgage. Then the bank basically cuts the check to the seller. Yeah, go rural. Yeah, all of you. Even if you're a lefty, we'll make a worker out of you. Come here. I'm friendly. I have left-wing friends. Come live in my neighborhood. We'll put you to work. You'll love it. It's a great place. It's way cheaper to live. It's not really the middle of nowhere. I mean, I live in a town, but I love it. So what you're saying is, me and everyone I know, what Jon Stewart's effectively saying here is, I'm cheating the government out of taxes. Because if my property is assessed at I'm not telling you what my property value is. I'm sure if you wanted to look it up, you could find my name on a deed or something. But let's say hypothetically I paid $100,000 for my house and it's valued at $30,000 for taxation. Jon Stewart says I am cheating the state of Pennsylvania out of $70,000 worth of property value of taxes a year. That's what Jon Stewart would say. And everyone in my neighborhood. All of us. That's what he would say. Now, again, if you're a lefty and you've never owned property, or hell, even if you rarely are a lefty and you do own property, I guess hypothetically you could say, that's true though. If that's the valuation of the property, if you could sell your home for $100,000, that's what you should be paying taxes on. Maybe that's what you're saying. And if not, you're cheating the system. Fine. But then the problem becomes, are you going to cast stones? Then you better not be doing the same thing you're accusing others of. Oh, Cavion, it's horseshit. That's horseshit. The idea, like, where I live, I'll grant you there's not a lot of black people. Everyone I know that's black around here, though, are fucking awesome. No one has a problem with them. It's horseshit. And there is a college like 15 minutes away where there's a bunch of black people who live there. I'm not going to say there's no racist, but you never hear shit like that. There's almost no violence here. You might see a bar fight where two guys fight over a girl. The bar I used to live above, at one point, there was a fight, I think over a girl, and the two guys went out in the parking lot and threw fists, and one dude grabbed a chainsaw and went back towards the other guy, but the other guy had a pistol, and so the dude with the chainsaw got in his car and left. So if you're wondering, pistol beats chainsaw. That happened. But everybody laughed it off, and within 2 weeks, we're back to normal. No biggie. But that really happened. It was in the local paper. Anyways. So then, story breaks. Tim Pool breaks a story that's basically like, okay, Jon Stewart owned an apartment in New York, same state that Trump's being charged, and that apartment was assessed. There were two assessments. At one point, it was like $1 million. Another time, it was like $800,000. And Jon Stewart sold the property for around $17 million. So doesn't that mean if that was the value of the home, that all the years that Jon Stewart owned that home? And I believe I can't confirm this, but I believe he bought the property for $13 million. So he knew that the tax assessment was, in his own words, cheating the government of New York out of money. He knew that it was being lowballed. He knew he paid a price that was massively, more than 10 times over what the tax assessed value was. So why didn't he say, whoa, I don't want to cheat the government of New York out of money here. By all means, I'm going to call them and say, you've undervalued my property. Please charge me more in taxes. Why didn't he do that? Because based on what you just heard, he cheated the people of New York out of tax money. And New York can certainly use the money, as he jokes there. So why didn't he do that? That's the real argument that the Tim Pool argument's making. Now, there's a secondary argument as to whether or not this was a crime. And I will defend Jon Stewart in this. That on its own would not be criminal. You could say it's unethical, and I will say that. I will say that Jon Stewart is a hypocrite. The one point he makes about what Trump doing being so bad was that it cheated the state out of tax money, which Jon Stewart himself, based on his own rationale, did. But that still doesn't rise to the level of a crime, necessarily. However, based on the Letitia James Judge Ernagon interpretation, if Jon Stewart took out a loan based on the value of that property, including a mortgage, and used a number that was higher than the $800,000 tax assessment, then he did commit a crime. That would be a crime. Because the allegation of Trump committing the crime, they aren't alleging tax fraud. They're alleging fraud in the form of overvaluing his assets to obtain a loan. So if Jon Stewart never obtained a loan, then he wouldn't have committed the same crime that Trump would have. He'd still be unethical in cheating out the state of New York of tax dollars. So the question is, did Jon Stewart buy the house outright, or did he have a loan on it? My guess is he probably, if he had a loan, I'm almost 99% certain of this. If he obtained a loan on that house, I will guarantee 99% certainty that he did not use the tax assessed value as collateral for the loan. In other words, if he had this house and he wanted to get or apartment, wanted to get a mortgage, right? You want to make your house look as good as possible. When you're putting out there saying, give me money, you're selling the house, you want as much as possible. You're putting it up for collateral as a loan, you want as much as possible. I'll guarantee he didn't pay $13 million for a house and say, it's only worth $800,000. That's the loan I would like on the property. Then if he doesn't pay his mortgage back, the bank takes the apartment and he's out $13 million. I will guarantee that. Now, he is a wealthy man. Perhaps he was able to buy the home outright without any sort of loan. That could be. I don't know. I did some small searches. I was unable to find any evidence. I don't know if that's possible to find evidence of if the bank ever owned that home, if it was ever put up for collateral, but it would be interesting. But that's Jon Stewart. Again, even without the idea of committing a crime, the big moral criticism he's making of Donald Trump is cheating taxpayers. Because he's claiming his property was worth hundreds of millions or $1 billion, but in reality, it was only worth 18 million or 28 million. When it came to paying taxes, he should have been paying taxes on 500 million, if that's what he says it's worth. So he cheated them out of tax money. That's what Jon Stewart did. That's the exact same thing Jon Stewart did. Again, the crime that Ernagon and Letitia James is saying Trump committed is different. It's then using that inflated value to get a loan. What's up, Crisco? So I'm arguing with people all day online that are telling me that I'm just wrong, right? Because I made this point in Tim Pool's show, and now it's funny to see Tim Pool and a bunch of bigger people that are making this point. That's like, listen, everybody knows this is horseshit. Everybody knows that the idea that Mar-a-Lago was worth the tax assessed value is bullshit. In the 10 years between like 2011 and 2021, the tax assessed value of Mar-a-Lago ranged from 18 million to 28 million. Everybody knows that's bullshit. There's empty lots selling for more than that in the area. Everybody knows it's worth more than 28 million. We all know that. But the easiest way to look at this is, what they are saying is, every single person, even small timers like me, even maybe you that are watching that's like, I don't consider myself rich, I own a home. You've committed a crime if your mortgage is worth more than the tax assessed value, which is almost every single person that has a mortgage. That's millions upon millions of people alive today, and even hundreds of millions more people in the past 100 years in this country. In other words, it's a crime that everyone's committing, but we're only going to go after Trump. That's interesting. You mean the person that ran on going after Trump is only going after Trump when everyone else is committing it? Hell, she probably has a mortgage herself. I'd love to see what the value she used of her home was. Love to see it. But that's different. That's different when Jon Stewart does it. It's different when but they know it. They know it as well as you and me know. They know it's bullshit. And so then in comes the defenders that really like this two-tier justice system because Orange Man bad and take them down. And you go to my X feed and see these people. They're a dime a dozen. But they're going to try to parse out the differences. And they'll say, no, Trump did all this other shit that was fraudulent. So here's things they're claiming. One, in his New York apartment, he claimed it was 30,000 square feet. It's 10,000 square feet. Okay, is that worth a $500 million fine? You telling me that people haven't had paperwork errors on their paper before? Even if it was intentional. If the bank's happy, who's the victim? Furthermore, if I said that, if I went to apply for a loan and said, yeah, I got a 100,000 square foot home, and really it's only 10,000 square foot, you don't think the bank's going to check into that? Which they did. If the bank was okay with the assessed value and they made their money back, what's the problem? So just to be clear, if you make a paperwork error, intentional or otherwise, if it's legitimate an error or it's intentional, you're on the hook for hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, that's absolutely true, Tim Legowski. Even if you could upfront pay for a property with cash, most financial experts, which never take financial advice from me, but a lot of financial experts will tell you to get a low interest loan for a portion helps build up your credit. Usually it'll end up better for you because getting that money up front or not spending that liquid cash that you have could be invested better and it could outpace an interest rate, etc. Yeah. So that's argument. Argument two is, and this is an argument that they make a lot of hay out, Mar-a-Lago specifically. So Trump signed a document in like 1995 that said that he would not use Mar-a-Lago as a private residence. Instead, it would be a social club. Now, the reason for doing that is it puts you in a different sort of tax category, right? But there are things that come along with that. Now, I'll admit, I'm completely ignorant and have never heard of this situation. But I have known people that owned a property that got a designation as a historical site in the community. And as such, they got certain tax breaks, but they had to keep the property looking a certain way. In other words, if you were a historical site, it was a winery, what I'm talking about. They couldn't put up like LED lights and make it look modern. The whole point was to try to keep it looking as if it was from the historical time period that they're claiming. So I'm aware of sort of specific tax or designations that change the tax rate of a place based on the type of property that you own, a historical landmark or a social club. So the argument here is then, well, when he sells the property, he could only sell it as a social club and not as a private residence. And that will bring the evaluation down. Because if you're purchasing a property, and this is certainly true, you want to do whatever you want to do with it. You don't want to purchase a property and then have them say, yes, but you could only use this as a social club, so it can't be a domicile. It can't be a single person residence. You might not mind that, but you'd rather have the option. So no doubt that would affect the price in some way. But which way? How much? It's not that people are upset that Trump has to pay a fine. It's the extent of the fine. Like, if they were to fine Trump like $100,000, I don't think it would even be that big of a deal. It would be a big deal that they brought the case, I guess, and it was intentional. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, it's $500 million. So how did they come to that amount? Now, I have a simple question. The people that are making these comments to me are arguing to me in reference to the Jon Stewart conversation that we're having. And my comment in the Jon Stewart conversation, which was basically what Letitia James and Aaron Agarn said was, any value that you put on your home to obtain a loan or property to obtain a loan that is over the tax assessed value is fraud. which means millions of Americans have committed fraud. But they're only selectively going after Trump. Jon Stewart, possibly, if he took a mortgage out, committed fraud. Not my interpretation, that's their interpretation. Okay? And they're like, no. See, what's different is Trump said that it could be a private residence, but it couldn't. It can only be a social club. But what's the fraud? So, for me, to say that I committed fraud because I overvalued my home fraudulently to obtain a loan, you have to, I already mentioned this, but you have to prove two things. One, what was the value I said that I put out there? And second, what is the real value? In other words, if I go to the bank and say, I would like a loan for $1 million, here's my home, it's worth $1 million, but it's only worth $100,000, then you could say, well, you potentially committed fraud. You misled the bank. Now, there's a question of, but if the bank got all their money back and blah, 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 is it a big deal? But that's separate. Let's forget about all that. Yeah, I know, Key Lime. I actually thought about that shit. That's why I'm not using the actual numbers on my home. But yeah, no doubt there'll be people out there that'll, Rob committed a crime? Well, caps and raids, that's another question. We'll get that. Remind me of that question later, because that's part of Trump's argument. So then the question becomes, okay, let's say that's fraud. I say my house is worth $1 million, it's actually only worth $100,000. Okay. But if I say if it is worth $1 million, then we all agree it's not fraud, right? Pretty simple. The fraud is that I placed a value higher than the actual value. Now, you might say in order for it to be fraud, it had to be intentional or something like that. But nonetheless, the bare minimum of the fraud occurring is that I had to place a value that benefited me that was higher than the actual value. So I was trying to think, I batted this around with my wife, trying to come up with sort of an analogy. Let's say that Key Lime Platypus has a home, and I'm going to appraise his home. And I'm like, oh man, this is $1 million home. And Key Lime's like, really? Why do you say so? And I'm like, because you got that goat pen over there, and those goats are beautiful. Fantastic goats. Oh my God, an apple tree? For me, you just can't put a value on an apple tree. $10,000, $15,000, $20,000? I mean, my God, what an apple tree. Oh, and you got 3 more in the pack? Wow, that's amazing. And I just absolutely love the skyline where you're at. Seeing those woods, for me, that's a $300,000 view. And it could just be a bunch of horse shit. A bunch of hokum that I'm just throwing shit out. And I say, therefore, your house is worth $1 million. You know? And I file paperwork with all this bullshit. Just gobbledygook. Yeah, $100 million or $1 million house. Key Lime Platypus has here. If the bank's willing to give that money based on that evaluation, did I commit a crime? Because I used an unorthodox method that no one else would buy. No one gives a shit. If he has goats, the goats are going to leave with Key Lime. So if he sells the place, how could that be included in the evaluation? Let's take it a step further. Let's say that I do something knowingly incorrect. Let's say that Key Lime has some sort of lien on his home that says you can't build any exterior things whatsoever. But I include in my evaluation that his house is worth $1 million. Oh, it'll be easy to build an easement here and to build this, knowing full well that he can't. And I say the house is worth $1 million. But then 3 other appraisers look at it and say, no, it's not worth that. It's only worth $100,000. And they say, because Rob lied. He lied about these easements and what have. The exterior buildings that could be built. You might say, okay, that's fraud. Everybody follow me so far? Right? I knowingly lied. I gave that lie, allowed me to say the house is worth $1 million, but in reality, all the other appraisers say it's worth $100,000. The fraud would be that I knowingly lied and I inflated the value. Everybody get it so far? The hypothetical that I'm coming up with here. Anyone disagree? Anyone confused? Get what I'm saying? Okay. Now let's say the exact same scenario happens. right? 3 appraisers say it's a $100,000 home. I come in with all this crazy bullshit. The goats and this and that and the easements, even though that's knowingly a lie. And then my end evaluation is $50,000 home. I still lied. I still lied to make the house look better. But my evaluation is less than what the other appraisers that the court believes say. Did I commit fraud? I lied? Is it fraud? That's the question I want answered. If I tell a bunch of lies, if I say it's 100,000 square feet and it's only 10,000 square feet, but my evaluation comes way lower than reasonable market value, is it fraud? I'm asking, can anyone tell me? I would argue no. My argument would be that there are 2 things necessary for it to be fraud. 1, it has to be a misstatement, a lie, a misrepresentation. And 2nd, it has to financially benefit. So I'm screwing over the bank. But let's hypothetically say you still say, yes, it's fraud. Let's say that. Okay, then what's the punishment? How do you assess the fine? If the fraud resulted in me losing money, then what's the fine that you levy to me? $500 million? That's what I would think, Andrew. That there has to be a victim. Or, even if you argue there doesn't have to be a victim, there has to be a benefit to you. In other words, for fraud to occur, you have to defraud someone, harm someone, cause a victim, and benefit yourself. Or, even if you want to argue there doesn't have to be a direct victim, you benefited yourself. But let's hypothetically say that's not the case. What's the fine then? What would you fine that person? Now let's get out of the hypothetical. Let's say that Trump's team said it's 30,000 square feet, but it's only 10,000. And let's say they said you could sell it as a private residence, but you couldn't. You can only sell it as a social club. And let's say that their evaluation was, therefore we think this house is worth $28 million. Is that fraud? That's what the tax assessed value is. Is it fraud? If that's what they said? I would say no. That's what the state said it was worth anyways. Who gives a shit how they came up with the number if the number is lowballing it? But even if you think it's fraud, then what's the appropriate fine? Now all this might sound like, okay, what's Rob trying to say here? The reason I bring this up, because what's happening is, remember how we got into this conversation. I say, listen, if the argument that Letitia James and Judge Ernagon are making is that the actual value of a property is the tax assessed value, and any evaluation over that is fraud, that would criminalize millions of people in this country. The response to that is them saying, no, there were other things that occurred that makes this fraud. To which my response is, okay, what was the actual amount that Letitia James and Judge Ernagon said Mar-a-Lago was worth? What was the actual amount? And their response is, why does that matter? It matters because, one, is it fraud if the actual valuation that Trump's team gave was accurate, regardless of how they got there? And secondly, what is the amount of fraud, or how do you weigh damages based on how much money Trump got because of the fraud if you don't give an evaluation of what you're saying the property is worth? I don't give a shit what his name is. It's Engoran. It's supposed to Ernagon. I don't give a fuck. Matters little to me. Does everyone understand that? Well, we think we did the calculations based on inflation, interest rate, and the value that Trump would have paid, and blah, 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 blah. We've assessed $500 million. Okay, how'd you come to that number? The very first thing you would need to do is say, the actual value of his properties was this. And he said it was this. So that discrepancy plus interest rates plus inflation would equal, this is the fine. So then what was the evaluation that the court ruled was the properties actually worth? What was Mar-a-Lago actually worth? Can anyone tell me? What did the judge say in his ruling? What did he say? He said Trump, he says in there, Trump at one point said it was worth $1 billion, one point said it was worth $1.5 billion. Okay. That's what Trump said. And the actual value is? What did they say? Now, I read through the 92-page ruling. Want to know what I found they said? I thumbed through it. I didn't go through it with a fine-tooth comb, admittedly. Can anybody guess what the number was? 19 million? No, that's not the number I found. It's sort of a trick question. I'll give you a clue. It's the same answer that I came through when I looked into the Colorado court's decision on what their definition of insurrection was. How could that be? How could this dollar amount that was given by the court of what this property actually was valued at, the same answer as the answer on what the definition of insurrection? Well, not zero. That's not what they said. It's not in there. They didn't say what it was. I could be wrong. I asked people all over X today, over and over. I said, what was the value that the judge ultimately came up with? What was the value? No one could tell me. I looked through it myself. I couldn't find it. I'm not saying I'm right. I could have missed it. I'm a dad. I'm watching my kid watching Monsters, Inc. I'm on the phone looking through this document. I could have missed it. I looked through it for like 25, half hour. It's 92 pages, so that's clearly thumbing through it fast. Go ahead, though. Find it. I haven't been able to find it. Do you realize the insanity of that? So they don't take a stance. Now, what we do have is Judge Ernagon originally said in his original summary judgment that Trump overvalued Mar-a-Lago by 2,300%. Okay. If you claim a specific percentage that something is overvalued, how would you find that percentage? Any math experts in here? What numbers would you need to find out that something is overvalued by a specific percentage? You'd need two numbers. Does anyone know what those numbers are? You'd need the actual value and what the person claimed it was valued at. Right. So when Judge Ernagon said it was overvalued by 2,300%, he was using the tax assessed value, $18 million. That was the value Ernagon was using. When he issued this summary judgment that I think was in maybe in September of 2023, basically a bunch of experts came out and was like, this is horseshit. We're not even saying we like Trump. Maybe Trump overvalued his property. But if you're putting the value of Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, that's fucking insane. It's clearly worth way more than that. So then Ernagon comes out and is like, oh, I didn't say $18 million. That's just what the tax assessor said. Right, but that's the number you used to say that he inflated. Then I had someone on X say, but if you look at Letitia James' original filing, she didn't say the tax assessed value. She said, let me find the exact phrase that this person uses. Rob, neither the James court filing or presentation to the court stated used tax assessed value. It was based on estimated current value of what well-informed buyer and seller are willing to agree to. And he posts this link, so let's check it out. This is from Letitia James, the original filing. She puts together this little PowerPoint. Pretty cool. September 22nd, 2023. Assets are stated at estimated current value. So he's claiming this is what they used. 30. ASC 274 requires assets values reported in personal financial statements to be based on estimated current value. Letitia James claims that Trump didn't dispute this. GAAP defines estimated current value as the amount in which an item could be exchanged between a buyer or seller, each of whom is well-informed and willing, and neither of whom is compelled to buy or sell. Okay, well then based on that, that seems to be an answer. So they didn't use the tax assessed value. They used estimated current value. Okay. But wait. We were talking specifically about Mar-a-Lago, right? So let's slide down here a little. And notice how duplicitous these people are. Here we have all of his properties. And you see in these charts, the blue is the restated values. And the red is how much they were inflated by. And then they put, this is what? Deceptive practices. Let's go down to Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago. For disregarding appraisals and disregarding legal restrictions. In 2011, Trump said the property was worth, I can't read that number, but they say it was inflated by $409 million. Why? Because the actual, you could probably barely see this. I don't know how to zoom in here. Maybe if I'm sure there's a zoom button. Whatever. I'm a meathead. Whoop. Now what am I doing? What is this garbage? Ah, for crying out loud. Now I've screwed up. So he said it was worth 400 million or 398 million. You see that number there? They used 18 million. So the value that they've stated that these properties are worth, here, you can see it. What number did they use? 18 million, 18 million, 18 million, 18 million, 18.6, 21, 23, 25, 26, 26, 27 and change. See how much Trump inflated it by? 400 million and change, $500 million, 470 million. Why? Because they used the county appraised value, the tax assessed value. Now, the person I'm arguing with online, look what they said. Rob, neither James court filings or presentation to the court stated used tax assessed value. It was based on estimated current value. That's not what this says. They're lying to you. Now, maybe that person misread, but our exchange goes on further and it shows that they're lying. I say, see, this chart shows the lowest tax assessed values. That's what they use. He says, oh, the market appraisals, not the assessed value? Right. Palm Beach County appraisals show market value. That's the tax assessed value. In other words, the county is saying that that's what the price of Mar-a-Lago is. $27 million. It's a fucking joke. That's what the tax assessed value was. They're saying that the county, of course that's what they're going to say. Yeah, the tax assessed value is the value of your home if you try to sell it, which is a lot. In other words, this whole debate I just had with this person, you know what it became? that I was right in my original supposition that the argument that they made was that Mar-a-Lago was only worth between 18 million and 27 million because that was the tax assessed value. And they said, no, that's outrageous. No, that's not true. And then we went through 2 hours of arguments where they linked documents where I read, which said that I was exactly right. Yes, that's what the values they used were. And now it changed to, well, of course that's the value because that's what a fair market value for that property would be. Which gets us back to the beginning, which everyone who's ever owned a piece of property knows is absolute bullshit. The value that the county assessor says your home is worth is not the value you will get if you sell your home. Almost every single time, the fair market value for your home is going to be exceeding the tax assessed value. What percentage did the court document say inflated? Well, I guess I'd have to do some math. But if you look here, for example, it goes year by year. In 2011, they say that the actual value was 18 million. And he claimed it was 426 million. So how would we find a percentage? Jeez, it shows you my shitty math. 426 divided by 18, right? No. 18 divided by 426. No, they said, Judge Ernagon, or however the hell you pronounce his name, said that the inflation was 2,300%. Thank you, Sean, for telling me the numbers below had that, because I couldn't read that. Now, again, why does this matter? Because what we're getting back to is this is always what the left does. This is always what they do, constantly. What they do is as follows. They say, what Trump did was criminal. What he did was criminal. And you're like, what exactly is criminal? Show me exactly. What he did. What he did is what's criminal. But what was it exactly? What he did. But that's not an answer. Tell me. It was what he did. Because what happens is when you get them to speak on this, well, he mishandled classified documents. Oh, so it's a crime to have classified documents you know you're not supposed to? Yeah. And what's your evidence he did that? He read it to his writer. He read it to a writer. He said, on tape, he said, I have classified document, which he didn't say, but that's the argument. He said it right in front of a writer. That's proof of a crime. Okay, Biden did that 3 times. Well, what Trump did was different. It wasn't the exact same, so what Trump did, that's why Trump needs to be charged, but not Biden. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. That's what they do every time. This case is no different. Oh, they're saying it's fraud because he said the value of his property was way higher than the actual value. Yeah, thousands of percentages more. Cool. What did they say the actual value was? Well, the county assessed value. Oh, so you're saying then if someone says that their property's worth more than the county assessed value, they've committed fraud if they use that to obtain a loan. That's like everyone in the country that owns a home. Well, no. He also said his property was bigger than it was. Okay. The reason that he claimed that it was inflated over that tax assessed value, you can give a bunch of reasons. Because he lied about saying it was a private domicile. Because he lied about what the extent of the length or the square footage of the property was. Nonetheless, the fraud is that he inflated the value of the home. What is the actual value? The tax assessed value. Vivek should be VP. That means that every one of you that own a piece of property, that have gotten a loan on that piece of property, whether it be a mortgage or you used your property for collateral for a different loan, and the valuation you placed on the house was just the same valuation that everyone else does, which is just fair market value, what an appraiser said. You've committed fraud. Then I had people say, well, Trump had 2 or 3 appraisers come in and they valued it between 200 million and 300 million. Okay, is that the valuation that the court used then? Because let's say they say, okay, it's worth $300 million, but Trump said it was worth $1 billion. Then he inflated the value by 300%, not by 2,300%. But they didn't say that. And that would matter when you're assessing a fine. Hypothetically, then, that would mean that the fine should be 8 times smaller. Right? But they didn't do that. Why? Then someone brought up the argument earlier, I forget. Would a property be worth more if a celebrity owned it? Yes, it's an argument that Trump's team made. Like, for example, let's say that I want to use some of my possessions for collateral, and I have a Fender Stratocaster guitar that I bought at Guitar Center 15 years ago. And I say, this guitar is worth $500. Okay? Now, let's say I say this guitar is worth $5,000. And they say, yeah, we looked up the value of the guitar. It's bullshit. And I say, yeah, but at one time it was played by Prince. The bank might say, oh, okay. Well, then it's not just the value of the actual item. There's also some sort of additional value placed. A baseball with a name scribbled on it's probably worth $2. But if that name happens to be Babe Ruth, so there is an argument for Trump to make, like, look, if I go to the bank and say, fuck, I'm Donald Trump. I'm this big celebrity. I was on TV. I'm running for president. I think my place is worth $2 billion. Who the fuck wouldn't want it? It's a landmark. It's like owning Elvis's place or, Buffalo Bill's place from Silence of the Lambs that went up for sale. Is it illegal for him to do that? If the bank says, fuck yeah, we'll give you $2 billion. Is that a crime? Mar-a-Lago does generate revenue. The argument used, part of the argument was it generates about $25 million a year, which would, because it can't be used as a private domicile, instead you would have to look at it as a business or a social club, and so that would factor into the valuation. Then I had someone say, anyone who did what Trump would do would be in prison. Really, show me one example. Show me an example of a guy getting a loan based on a property that he owned, the bank being happy with the terms of the loan being repaid, the bank willing to do business with him again, the bank testifying for that person in court. Show me that person going to prison. I'll wait. I've yet to see anyone who's even reasonably. In fact, that's exactly what the argument of people like Kevin Leary is. This shit's done all the time. No one ever gets fines like this. But no, instead I had people saying, you'd be in prison. Show me. Yes, CL, we talked about that. Allegedly, Trump lied about the square footage of his property. He said one of his property was 30,000 square feet, when in reality it was closer to 10,000 square feet. So we talked about that. That would still mean in order for it to be fraud. In fact, I'm not going to repeat it. You can go back and watch the whole show we talked about. It would still have to be that it materially affected the end of price for it to be fraud. If the court is incapable of saying what the actual price of Mar-a-Lago is, just saying, nah, Trump over-evaluated it, how can they, one, determine it's fraud, and how can they, second, put a price tag on what the amount of the penalty should be? Then the same person that said that, he couldn't provide me with any examples. Then he just kept saying, yeah, but the fraud is the square footage thing. The fraud is that he said it was a private domicile, but actually it can only be sold as a social club. That's the fraud. Okay, then what was the evaluation? What was the dollar amount that the court said the property would be worth? Trump said a bunch of shitty things that were lied to inflate the value of his property. He inflated the value by 2,300%. So we're going to assess a fine based on that inflation of the valuation of the property. Okay, then what's the property actually valued at? The court says, we can't tell you that. Then how can you say it's fraud, or how could you assess a fine? For example, let's say that we had an appraiser go into Mar-a-Lago tomorrow, and he looks at it and he's like, wow, I think this building, all of the property is worth $700 million. Oh, wait, we ran a test in the backyard and there's actually mineral deposits under there. Now the property's worth $2 billion. Did Trump commit fraud? And if you still say it's fraud, then what is the dollar assessment? How do you assess the penalty? There's no victim. So the idea is like, well, you got better interest rates. But in order to assess how much better the interest rates would need to be, right? Because their argument's going to be this. Well, your interest rate would be better if the property was worth more. So if you borrow $100 million based on a property worth $100 million, your interest rate's going to be higher than if you borrow $100 million based off a property worth $1 billion. Because the collateral's worth more, which means you're going to get more favorable interest rates. Okay, true. But how do you determine? If you then say, therefore we think that you got better interest rates, so we're going to assess a fine, that fine's based on the financial gain you got based on the interest rate that you shouldn't have got. Well, how do you determine what the discrepancy in the interest rate was? Well, the first thing you would need to do is say, how much is the property actually worth, and how much did he claim it was worth, which they don't do. Yeah, my neighbor guy. That's right. Commercial loan underwriter. Everything about this case is bullshit. It is. Now, here's what could be true. It could be that Mar-a-Lago is worth like $350 million or $400 million. I don't know. I'd probably be off by hundreds of millions, right? And so it's like, well, Trump said it was worth $1 billion when he applied for the loan, right? So he doubled the amount, roughly, 250%. Right? Let's say that's the case. Okay. Then you could say, based on that, a crime was committed. Here's the fine that we'll assess. But what you can't have is them just because they hate Trump being like, yeah, the property's worth $10. But we say the property's worth $10. So Trump raised the valuation by fucking 500 million%. Therefore, we're going to fine him $100 trillion. Yep. And then the defense of that is like, but Trump's a crook. He's lied for you, like you see, just like you see CL doing here. See? That's what they do. But what about Trump University and Trump Steaks? That's what Jon Stewart said today. Trump University and Trump Steaks. Trump's a really bad dude. He told people to inject bleach. He said Nazis were good people. He's a bad dude. So that all of this is justified. Yes, that's what they say. You see? Doesn't matter if the court's lying now or targeting him for both. None of that matters. He's a bad dude. Bring him down. That's the argument. So we go through this. CL says he lied for years about his wealth of financial statements, secure loans, and make real estate deals. Okay, what was the value of the... Okay, you're saying he lied. Great. Now we need to... There was no victim, right? And so you're saying, well, the reason he should be punished, even though the banks were happy to do business with him and got their money back, is because he got more favorable interest rates because he overestimated his value. So then you'd have to say, okay, how do we levy a fine? You don't just pull a number out of the fucking hat. They are saying, well, we've done some calculations to come up with this basically $500 million fine. And the calculations are based on how much he overvalued his assets. So then the first question would be, okay, what is the actual value of his assets? If you're saying he overvalued and you're saying this is the number he said, and you're saying this is the number we say it's worth, then the number you say it's worth better fucking be accurate. It better not be Mar-a-Lago's worth $18 million, which is a fucking lie. CL doesn't give a shit. Now, I'm glad people like this. Do you see this? Do you see what I'm saying? Everyone, take a look. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see the orange man bad syndrome? He broke the law. He falsified business records, issued financial statements, committed insurance fraud, falsified documents, blah, 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 blah. Do you see? It doesn't fucking matter to these people. It does not matter. They don't give a fuck. Like, it would be like this. He might as well be saying this. But I saw Trump run that red light one time, so death penalty. Yep, I'm for the government giving him the death penalty. And you'd be like, well, I'm not disputing that Trump ran the red light, and I'm not disputing that's a crime. But the death penalty? Didn't Trump break the law? Didn't he break the law? Oh, you're saying it's okay for Trump to break the law? That's what you're saying, right? That's what you're saying. It's okay. I saw that shit. We saw him run that red light. We saw that shit. He's a bad guy. Death penalty. The point I'm making is, okay, let's say that we say he did make misstatements and he did overvalue his assets. Fine. And let's say that we're going to say, therefore, a fine needs to be assessed. Okay, great. How do we assess the value of that fine? Well, the way the court's telling us how to assess that value is to say, here's the benefit. Here's how much he overinflated his value. And so, therefore, here's the financial benefit he got, which is what we're basing the fine on. In order to do that, they have to say how much Trump stated his worth was and how much his worth actually was. And if they're saying it is his properties are the tax assessed values, that's fucking horseshit. Everyone knows it. CL knows it too, unless he's a fucking idiot, or she. Everyone here knows it. We all know it. And if it's a crime to say that your home, for the purposes of a loan, are a number that is higher than the tax assessed value, that means that almost everyone who owns a mortgage in this country has committed fraud. But CL doesn't give a shit, and Jon Stewart doesn't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. It will just come down to, but Trump's a bad guy. He's bad. He's bad. Fuck him. You could guarantee if CL or Jon Stewart filed paperwork to get a loan based on a property and said it's a 5,000 square foot home and actually it's only 500, that they would be here going, this is outrageous. I'm being fined $500 million. Outrageous. My God. A simple error. But when it's Trump, it's that shit was intentional. Throw the fucking book at him. Yeah, $500 million. That's not enough. Well, that's just it. The bank's not just going to give you money. The banks didn't think they got scammed. The banks took the side of Donald Trump. They are not saying they got scammed. The banks testified that Trump paid back the terms of the loan. They were perfectly happy with it, and they would lend him money again. Letitia James, who ran on bringing Trump down, says, I don't give a fuck. The banks don't feel they were scammed. She says, I disagree. Yes, I assume that the bank, there's a problem because Donald Trump is running for president and is a potential outsider. And Letitia James understands that it'll make her a hero in Democratic circles to interfere in the election to try to bring down Donald Trump. That's the problem. None of them can defend this. They can't. They'll just default to, but Trump's bad. Trump lied. Even if that's true, $500 million? That's your argument. You see this CL person? CL, you're welcome to call in and you could make your case. What's worse, a business person overvaluing their assets to get a loan that they repay back and no one loses money on? Or the government selectively targeting a politician they don't like and purposely undervaluing their assets for the purpose of levying insane fines that they know they can't pay? Which one of those two things hurts our democracy more? You tell me. Can't both things be true at the same time? Let's say you're a lefty that hates Donald Trump. Couldn't you come to this conclusion? Yeah, I think Trump probably did overvalue his assets, and it certainly looks like there were falsehoods on paperwork. He should pay the price for that. I don't know exactly what that penalty would be, but sure, that's something that he should be fined for, right? But simultaneously, my God, it is so obvious that these courts are incredibly undervaluing his actual worth to assess fines much larger than they otherwise should. And that's actually more worrying than Trump, a businessman, overinflating his assets. That's a reasonable position. But no one takes that position. Why? What's a good question, Luigi Strikes? Why didn't they just say, you're right, we're going to raise your property taxes? Some of the people tried to say that. Now, the truth is, they know that this case and that exorbitant fine wasn't going to hold up upon appeal. They know that. They don't give a fuck. Judge Ernagon, whatever the fuck you say his name, and Letitia James are set for life. They're heroes. They don't give a shit. Every institution in this country is dominated by establishment voices, particularly establishment voices that come from the left wing or Democratic Party. And so to all the cool, like you've heard Alan Dershowitz talk about this. When he started to defend Trump on certain legal cases, all of a sudden he didn't get invited to the cool champagne parties anymore. The Manhattanite millionaires weren't inviting him to their dinner parties. The DC crowd wasn't inviting him out for cocktails anymore. You're not going to get favorably interviewed on CNN. But if you do that, if you're hashtag resistance, you're a hero. You're great. That's Letitia. She's made for life. She'll write a book. She'll get paid millions for it. Even if she would be disbarred, which won't happen, but even if she would be, she's set for life. Easily. Same with Judge Erdogan. They're heroes. They stopped Hitler. Trump is literally Hitler. They're trying to save this country. You see? Doesn't matter if it's overturned on appeal. What matters is you have to sit in court now. You have to pay that $500 million now. We're going to seize your properties now. We're going to get the story out in the press right now that you're a criminal, that you're a crook, that you're a thief while the election's going on. Do you think this is professional behavior? Here's a prosecutor in the middle of trying a case. Here's her Twitter feed. Art of the Steele. That look professional? Can you imagine? Like the trial of O.J. Simpson, right? If those attorneys, the prosecutors at night are tweeting out like, yeah, fuck O.J., bloody glove this, motherfucker. Can you imagine that? That's what we have going on now. It's not just Letitia James. You see Fannie Willis? I don't know if he broke the law. If the law requires there be a victim, I don't know that he did break the law. Is it against the law for me to tell the bank, hey, my home's worth $1 million, and they say, here's your money, and they didn't do their due diligence? In fact, I don't know if it's true, but I heard that one of the paperwork that Trump and the bank signed was basically a disclosure from him saying, all of these are just my estimates. I'm not legally bound by them. You're required to do your own research into this property. There's a specific term for that type of document. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard people say that. Like, for example, let's say I go to get a loan and the bank sends me a questionnaire based on my home. And they say, do you have city sewage or a septic tank? And I have city sewage. But it turns out I was wrong. I'm mistaken. It was a septic tank. Did I commit a crime? Because I misrepresented my house? Let's say I truly believe my house is 800 square feet, but it's only 500. And I write down 800. Did I commit a crime? I don't know. That's right. The bank has a fiduciary responsibility to check into this stuff when they're loaning out hundreds of millions of dollars. I did read the docs. What part of the doc do you think I'm misrepresenting? Presumably what you're going to say is, but it wasn't a mistake. Trump intentionally knew that his property was 10,000 square feet, but intentionally instructed people to put 30,000. Goes back almost a decade. Right, we talked about that. And? Now, here's the truth. I was talking to my friend who's a Democrat today about this, and he's a smart guy. He's one of my best friends. And he texted me, you remember when they had the criminal case, they were going after Trump for the classified documents, right? And then it came out like a week or two later, like, oh, by the way, Biden mishandled classified documents and we're going to put a special counsel. And my friend who's a Democrat messaged me that day and said, yeah, well, that's the end of the Trump case, right? Because they can't do that now. Now that Biden also had classified documents, they can't criminally go after Trump. And I laughed at him. And he's like, what? And I was like, you'll see. Of course they will. They don't give a fuck. Of course. That's what they're going to do. And so I don't talk to my friend much about politics, but I was ribbing him a little today because he saw some of my posts on X and was like, hey, I just want to let you know, different states have different ways of assessing values, blah, 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 which I'm thankful that he did that. And I was like, yeah, but that's still not going to matter, right? For the reasons that I've outlined here. And I said, by the way, remember when I told you that they were still going to go after Trump criminally? Remember when you said, oh, they can't? That was his admission. It would be fucking ridiculous at this point if they go after Trump for this. And he knows that. And so many people on the left know this all the time. For example, I'll get sidetracked here for a minute. When I was debating on blog sites way back in 2017 about Russiagate, and it first came out that Hillary's team and the DNC had paid for the Steele dossier, which then was used for FISA warrants. And even my non-genius mind was able to put two and two together and go, whoa, that's like one of the biggest scandals in the history of our country. If the FBI knowingly took opposition research paid for by one political campaign designed to smear the other, they took that research and then used it to spy on that campaign without verifying the information, that's one of the biggest political scandals in the history of the country. And it is. Imagine that. Imagine that I'm running for president against Gavin Newsom in 2028. And I just come up with, I'm like, let's tie Gavin Newsom to the Chinese. Let's say he's an agent of China. And I just pay for a complete bullshit story. Oh, yeah, Gavin Newsom, here's evidence that him and his team are under the thumb of China. And I give it to the FBI, and the FBI's like, fuck it. Yeah, let's spy on Newsom's campaign. Aren't you going to look into the information and see if it's true first? Nah, fuck it. We'll just spy on them. That'd be a huge deal. Everyone would agree. So when I was writing this, when this first came out, I had all these people that were like, that would never happen. The FBI would never do that. That's absurd. This is a crazy conspiracy theory. And I was like, we'll see. We'll see what happens. What they were implicitly saying, the reason they were saying this is clearly bullshit and a conspiracy theory, what they're actually saying is, I know this can't be true because it would be ridiculous. It would be so corrupt if the FBI actually did that. That would be ridiculous. And I don't think the FBI is corrupt like that, so of course they didn't do this. It's just a ridiculous conspiracy theory. And then, step by step, there's no evidence Hillary's team paid for it. Yep, now we find that. Well, there's no evidence that they used it for a FISA warrant. Yep, now we find that. Well, there's no evidence that they didn't verify the information. Yep, then we find that. Well, there's no evidence that this was central to them getting the FISA warrant. Yep, we find that. Until finally their last argument is, well, of course they did all that. It's okay. The accusations were so serious, they had to. Trump's such a bad dude. They had to do it. Now they know. Those people making that argument that I was arguing with in 2007, they know it's bullshit. They know. They know that it's incredibly corrupt that the FBI did that. They just don't give a fuck. Because Orange Man bad. It's the same here. My friend that I was talking to that said, well, now that they found Biden with classified documents, they're not going to go after Trump for it. What he's really saying is, it would be ridiculous for them to do that because it would show a blatant double standard. But that's exactly what they're doing. And my friend's still going to vote for Biden. He'll say, well, yeah, I guess that's not the best, but, you know, still better than Trump. Yep. And what I told my friend was, someday it'll be you or your family or people like you. It might be 20 years from now. It might be 30, but it will be you. It will be. You'll be the one that has opinions that now it's worth going after your bank account, or now it's worth censoring you, or now it's worth firing you from your job. It'll be you. And you'll say, this isn't fair. I didn't do anything. Why is the legal system going after me this way? And I'll defend my friend, but I'll laugh right in his fucking face too. And I'll say, I don't want to hear a word from you. Fuck off. You deserve it. You do. I'll still help you. I'll still defend you. But you deserve it. Because you know You know what's happening and you're okay with it because you don't like Trump. I didn't say that, Vita. Anyone remotely looking into this case knows the fact that even if you think Trump's guilty, the fact that we're evaluating Mar-a-Lago at $27 million is a fucking joke. The fact that they're fining him $500 million is an absolute joke. I don't know, Flim Talk. Who knows? Everybody knows it. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. And again, not to bring it back to something, I know I haven't talked about this person, but that's one of the reasons that I had such an epiphany with the Jamal Bowman fire alarm thing, which fuck all the people that are like, I hate when Rob talks about it. I talk about it because to me, it is a seminal moment in my clarity of what we're facing. Because I saw someone who was actually willing to do a little more than just say, Trump's a crook, blah, blah, blah. That was willing at least to get in the mud with me and look at the specific cases and argue. And sometimes effectively. And then when I saw that person go all in on even once the video of Jamal Bowman came out, he was still trying to get out the door. Well, actually, I think when he told the cops he didn't intend for the alarm to go off, that's not a lie. Even though I previously said that would obviously be a lie. I don't think it's a lie because I think he actually meant he did intend for the alarm to go off. That's it. That sums it all up right there. You couldn't get a more clear-cut example of someone that knows they're full of shit and doesn't give a fuck. It's so blatant. We don't give a fuck. They don't care. And they'll sit here and argue with you until they're blue in the face. Yeah, Trump should have been fined more than $500 million. More, he's a crook. He's been doing it for a decade. Fine him, throw him in prison forever. General Flynn's 302, another moment like that. Flynn says, I don't know, maybe that call happened, I can't remember. That's a lie. Yeah, Capson, I hear you. Maybe not the best choice of words there. And the funny thing is, like, I still think I'm a relative. I have these bipolar moments where I know I could come off as a huge asshole, and I am confrontational, but if you can get past that, I'm actually a really likable guy. Even if I disagree with you, I try to reciprocate energy. Now, there's one exception. I yell at people in the chat probably more than I should. Part of that's showmanship a little, but not really. Part of it's just because it's easy when you're not face-to-face listening to someone to kind of be more antagonistic. So that happens for better or worse. Maybe I should work on it. But most of the time when I'm debating someone one-on-one, I reciprocate their energy. If they're yelling and interrupting me, then I'm yelling and interrupting them. If they're not, then I'm usually pretty calm. Not always, but most of the time. But I'm not going to say I haven't got unhinged from time to time. That's true, right? But I am actually a really likable guy. And when it gets right down to it, it's probably one of the things that will make me not effective for the coming struggle. Because I actually, truly, in my heart, you could see it when I was talking to my friend Richie the other day. I like Richie a lot. And I don't know if Richie's listening right now. But Richie, and I don't mean this in a negative way, is what most people would consider an extremist. Like, Richie will be open with you. Richie will say, you want blasphemy laws against me? You want laws that say I can't say certain things? Fuck you. I want laws that say you can't say certain things. You want your bullshit religion in schools? About the LGBT shit? Fuck you. I want my religion taught to every kid in schools. That's not who I am. I still fight for more of a small government perspective. Where I'm like, look, I have my beliefs on what I think about religion, about culture, etc. I certainly have bright lines. You can't teach sexualization to children, blah, blah, blah. But mostly I'm happy to be like, let people live. You could be a lefty. That's fine. I have friends that are gay. I'm not fucking shitting on them. It's fine. Don't care. Don't care about your sex life. Don't care at all. I'm not impressed when I have dudes saying, yeah, man, I banged this hot chick the other day. I don't want to hear some dude saying, yeah, man, I banged this dude the other day. Don't give a shit about your sex life. Fun to hang out with? Great. I don't care. I don't care about your skin color. I don't even give a shit about your religion if you're a decent person. I think, personally, the best way to be a decent person is through Christianity. But if you're Muslim, atheist, pagan, whatever, and you're a decent person and you're honorable, that's fine. That's not my... And I know some people don't like that about me, that I'm not out here spreading the gospel and shit. But I'm not. It's not who I am. I could be friends with people that I have massive political disagreements. And that's the sort of shit that will probably be my downfall. And maybe this country's downfall. Because I think there's a lot of people like me. And we're going to lose. Because we're constantly like, just don't tread on me. That's right. Zygmunt, when he sends a text, loudly gets dismissed as ridiculous. That's because you didn't vote for me for Congress, you prick. No, I'm just kidding. And you're defending the China balloon shit. But it's funny because I get these comments that are like, you know, someone sent me, I get people that send me little shit all the time. I don't follow a lot of communities. So I get people that like are in Destiny's community will be like, oh, did you see someone made a Reddit thread about you? So someone sent me today, oh, they made a Reddit thread about you on Destiny's Reddit. And it was favorable of me because I was sort of defending Destiny. And basically I was just saying, there's this, I've explained this on the show, so I won't talk about it a lot. Like, there's this idea that Destiny doesn't belong in Piers Morgan's show. He doesn't belong in a debate with Norman Finkelstein because these are bigger people than him and he's just some internet debate bro. Well, one, I'm not the type of person that says that your title dictates what you're allowed to speak on. Fuck all that. And second, I think that helps my chances of becoming more mainstream, or people like me that have similar political beliefs than me that aren't necessarily an academic or a mainstream media person getting our voice out in the mainstream. I think the majority of academics and mainstream media people fucking suck. So even if it's a lefty cracking into that space that's outside of that, that's overall net benefit to someone like me who not only is in a similar position, although obviously far less people watching me than like someone like Destiny, but I arguably do similar things, talk about politics online. But I've personally debated Destiny and I think beat his ass many times. That's how I got on Tim Pool's show, because I was debating Destiny. So I just made another, there were people going at Destiny and I made a comment in that and so someone was like, Rob's a cool guy. You know, yeah, good for him to defend Destiny. First off, it's funny because they're like, Rob is defending Destiny on this Israel because he agrees with Destiny on the Israel. No, I don't. In fact, probably, I don't agree with Finkelstein either, but I'm probably closer to Finkelstein than Destiny. I probably do think Israel's gone way too far with this. And I think they have far too much influence in our country. I just don't give a shit. Because my answer is stop giving them all money. I don't give a fuck. Don't give Israel money. Don't give Palestine money. So the idea that I just said that because I agree with Destiny on this issue is fucking nonsense. No, I don't. It wouldn't have made any difference. Yeah, Fred lost his seat because it got redistricted out, and I don't think I would have. Maybe I would have made a stir going on Rachel Maddow's show and calling her a dumbass or something. But other than that, yeah, Zygmunt, honest to God, I hope you know I'm just joking. There's no hard feelings. Oh, yeah, Hutch is interviewing me tomorrow at 3 p.m. We'll see if I argue with him. Anyways, one of the things people were saying on that Reddit thread's like, oh, Rob's like a really nice guy, which I'm appreciative of, thank you. But then they're like, but he's just got like these, like this brain rot, shitty, you know, fucking like undefensible positions. I don't know when I'm going back on Tim Pool's show. I don't want to wear out my welcome. I'm not going to, a couple months before I would even message them. But it's just funny to me. It's like, I don't know. All right. So we talked about this shit. I guess I'll say real quick before we move on to this debate. How long is the Jordan Peterson debate? Does anyone know? Hour and a half? Oh, shit. I'm probably not going to review it tonight then. Because, fuck, if I review an hour and a half debate, it's going to take 3 hours. Easily. which would put me here till 12:30, and I don't plan on going that late. So maybe we'll find something else to talk about. Just checking here. Stephen Crowder, we'll talk about this a little. So I mentioned yesterday, not gay Jared and his thing. Now you have people pushing back on the other side. First up, I should have been, the thesis that I was making yesterday, I was talking about Crowder, I was talking about Ben Shapiro and the firing of Candace Owens, talking about Nick Fuentes, and talking with Jeremy Boring, and even slightly mentioned Tim Pool. Maybe I should have made this more clear. First off, to talk about Stephen Crowder specifically. Crowder has came back, and people on his team have came back with allegations that this Jared character is conspiring with Crowder's ex-wife to help Crowder's ex-wife get permanent custody of these children. Now, the counter to that could be, well, maybe that's because he found some heinous shit. Here's my complete and full take on this situation. I don't give a shit. There you go. I assume that Crowder and probably Jared and everyone at the Daily Wire and everyone else is probably shitheads to some degree. I myself am a shithead to some degree. I assume most of the people in my audience are shitheads to some degree. I really don't give a shit about your personal drama. What I will say is, I do think it's a little fucked up if Jared's like under this NDA and he can't go work at other companies and shit. That seems a bit much and a little bit of interest to me in the sense that I don't think you should take away someone's livelihood and ability to get a job in a field they like just because they had a falling out with you. As far as custody, I don't know. Listen, people might not like to hear this. I kind of felt the same way about Destiny's marriage falling apart. Everyone wanted to talk about it. I don't give a fuck. Marriage falling apart's hard. It's messy. It's terrible. Divorce is horrible. And I could stand on a perch and say, the way you lived your life led to this conclusion. You should have done better. Possibly. But I just don't give a shit to do that. If you want to do that, that's cool. I don't give a shit. I know there's an argument to be made with Destiny. But he interjected his marriage into the conversation by saying this sort of lifestyle is a lifestyle that could work or is somehow beneficial, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't give a shit about any of that. Right? He has a kid he doesn't see. Probably true. I don't give a shit. I just don't. These situations are messy. They're outside of my purview. I just don't care. I just don't. I know some of my friends that I have in real life are the shittiest parents. In fact, there was one dude I couldn't drink with anymore because he was such a deadbeat dad. Fun to hang out with, but was such a deadbeat dad that I was afraid I was going to get drunk and be like, dude, how are your kids? So I just kind of stopped hanging out because I didn't want to get into it. Not Gay Jared was a guy who was a co-host of Louder with Crowder and then left the show and didn't really say much. And now it's coming out that he's alleging that he can't say anything because he had a non-disclosure agreement that was forced upon him. And that basically that agreement was so extensive, it also included a non-compete clause, which meant that he couldn't go be the co-host of any other comedy or political show, and he wasn't allowed to talk about anything whatsoever. But now he's speaking up because Crowder is a bully who's done this to other people, and he feels it's time to speak up. Crowder's team has responded with, This is part of a concerted effort on the behalf of Crowder's ex-wife, who is trying to get a coalition of people that don't like Steven Crowder because they've been fired or for various other reasons to smear Steven Crowder's name in an attempt to help her get custody and alimony money and child support, etc., etc. Tony Segura claims that Michael Cohen had an affair with Stormy Daniels. Could be. Don't give a shit. I mean, he looks like the moderator from Modern Day Debates, Ryan. Maybe. But I just don't give a shit. Like, I will have the assumption that this divorce will be hard on Steven Crowder and his wife and his kid and their families and their associates. Is it probably true that one of them's more at fault than the other? Yeah, it's probably true. Is it also probably true that neither of them are perfect? Yeah, that's probably true as well. I just don't give a shit. You know, maybe it's my time. I remember this, I have little moments in my life that have taught me lessons. Maybe they're not the best lessons. Maybe people will tell me I'm wrong. Here's 2 moments based on getting involved in people's relationships that taught me important lessons. I had this really good friend, we'll call him Liam. That's not his real name. But Liam wasn't a person who necessarily had a lot of girlfriends. And one time he brings this girl around. She was not very bright, right? We'll call her Mary. And Mary comes around, she's not very bright, but everyone's trying to be nice. And we're all excited for Liam because, yeah, great. Liam's got a girl he likes and he's low, Liam had low confidence, low self-esteem, and he was a great guy, and he deserved to be happy. He found a girl that maybe wasn't the brightest girl, but who gives a shit? He was happy with her, great. Now, there were other things I didn't really care about Mary, but we'll just leave it at that. Anyways, Liam shows up to my house one day, and he's very upset. It's because Mary cheated on him, and they separated, and he starts telling me all this terrible stuff about Mary. Okay, so I got to the bar later that night, and there sits Mary with a group of friends that are girls. Hey, Rob, how you doing? And I go up, and I'm like, fuck you. Hurt my friend, you piece of shit, and just tee off on her, just yelling at her. Okay? Leave the bar, go somewhere else, problem solved, right? 3 days later, I go back to that bar, and there sits Mary again. And she's sitting right next to my friend Liam. And Liam comes up to me and says, I can't talk to you anymore. I should have kept my fucking mouth shut. That's the lesson I learned. Not my fight. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm clearly getting one side of the story from the person I like more, but I don't know what the truth is. And there's a solid chance they'll get back together, and then I'm the asshole because I'm the person who spoke up. So the lesson I learned from that is, if I have a friend that's dating someone and they break up, and my friend tells me that person was an asshole and blah, 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 and I see that other person, hey, how you doing? Hope everything's going great. Then if they get back together, I'm not the piece of shit. Now, they separated like 3 weeks after that, and it ended up not mattering, really, but another story. When I bartended. So I'm bartending one day, and a girl that I know, a little older than me, comes in, and she's kind of teary-eyed, and she says, my boyfriend's about to come in. Don't serve him. And I was like, what's up? And she's like, he's way too drunk. He's being an asshole. I'm afraid he's going to try to drive. Don't serve him. So, okay. And sure enough, like 5 minutes later, her boyfriend comes in, and he looks sloppy. And he leans up against the bar, and I forget what he was drinking, but it was liquor. It wasn't even a beer. And I was like, nah, man, I don't think so. What the fuck? I'm like, you're obviously drunk. I think you've had enough. Come back tomorrow. Who do you think started yelling at me next? The girl. Why? Well, it wasn't because she's just cleverly covering up. It's because she's so drunk herself that she forgot she fucking told me not to serve him. So she's just sticking up for her man. Well, you fucking did is bullshit. I've seen you serve other drunk people. Now, it was still the right thing to do to not serve that guy. But in my head, I was like, uh-huh. You see? Stay the fuck out of this shit. Her opinion on whether or not I should serve him should be irrelevant. If he's visibly intoxicated, I shouldn't be serving him. I don't need her permission or her input on it. Right? So those sort of things have informed me. It's like, I don't get involved. Fuck that shit. I don't know about Steven Crowder. Now, if you're the type of person that wants to get involved, more power to it. You're pearly things, and you want to jump in and say, oh, this is, here we go, another assuming the man's bad and a divorce and blah, blah, blah. More power to you. Or if you want to be Lauren Southern that comes out on the other side, But wait a minute, Pearl, you said that you wanted women that were stay-at-home moms, and that's what this woman tried to do, and Steven Crowder then doesn't want to pay her, when they separate and blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I don't have a problem with Lauren doing that. I don't have a problem with Pearl doing that. Neither of their positions on this affects what I think of them as commentators. Don't really care. But I don't have anything to say about it. I don't. Andrew Wilson may chime in on it. I like Andrew. He could chime in. I don't think it makes him a bad person to chime in. I don't really have an opinion on it. So, ultimately, what I was trying to say yesterday, and I should have been more clear, is I see us in a fight for this country for authoritarians in these institutions that quite literally are taking this country to a point of no return. That have taken people that I care about that just want to be left alone by the government and are now going to force them in ways that they've never seen before into government control. Like we saw with COVID. Like we see with government censorship. Like we see with DEI. Sexualization of children in schools. All of this shit. Possibly World War III. I'm interested in building a coalition of people, even those I disagree with on serious issues, on the right or the left, to try to prevent that from happening. If I had my druthers, what are we, the election's in November? So, 8-9 months outside the election. I would like for the Daily Wire and Steven Crowder and Not Gay Jared and Tim Pool and The Crucible and Nick Fuentes and the Gropers, all of them to be pushing as effectively as possible in the same direction for how bad this corruption is. And people on the left like Jimmy Dore or Glenn Greenwald. That's what I would like to see. Or John Burke, who's on the right? And instead what I see is a lot of infighting, which is inevitable, that's fine. And I can even accept the infighting for like someone like John Burke, which it's on its surface, I use that word, it's political infighting. Right? I don't like Trump. Now, I think there's more to it, not necessarily with John, but with other people that are taking it personal. But nonetheless, that's at least in the realm of shit that makes sense to me. I don't like this guy's politics. But I'm really concerned about the direction of this country, but I'm going to sit here talking about Steven Crowder's marriage. Not my cup of tea. Not where I would spend my time. Well, Maida, that's not an unfair point. I think it's more than a Republican-Democrat issue. I think at the top level, there's a uniparty. The problem is, one, labels are difficult to avoid and actually inevitable. That's just how we are. So I might say things like, the left believes X. And let's say, Maida, you consider yourself a leftist, and you say, but I don't believe that. That's absolutely true. I understand that. Of course, when I say Democrats believe, or the left believes, or the right believes, or Christian nationalists believe, of course that's not all-encompassing. It's what I'm talking about is either the majority of them or the people in positions of power on those. So I talk about the left versus the right a lot, but make no mistake, I understand that that's not the real fight. The real fight is the establishment that runs these institutions that think that they're above and beyond average constituents and the rest of us. That's the real battle. I understand that. I got you, Maida, right? The problem is, though, to focus on the left for a second, is that the institutions and the establishment have realized that by co-opting the messaging of the left, that it enables them to entrench their power even more. So where it may have been, say, post 9/11, that authoritarians could beat the drums of traditional right-wing, like patriotism, and say, if you don't agree with us in these wars, you're a piece of shit, you hate this country. That's completely inverted. Now they understand by talking about things like minorities and cultural Marxist issue, white people are the problem, Christians are the problem, blah, blah, blah. That's how they can get away with shit. That's why the jokes are kind of funny and true. Like you'll see, United States 2003, and it just shows a picture of a B-52 bomber dropping a bomb. And now it's like United States 2024. It's the same B-52 bomber, same bomb, except now they have rainbow flags on them. And everyone's like, oh, great. Right, that's exactly it. Right, so that's where I see agreement with people on the left that focus on corruption. People like Michael Schellenberger, Aaron Mattei, Matt Taibbi, but most of the mainstream left and Democratic Party fucking hate those people. But I don't give a shit. I would put money on Candace Owens to beat the shit out of Pearly Things. I could be wrong, but I would put Candace seems like am I going to be accused of racism here now? Candace seems like she could be pretty damn fiery. Though in fairness, I haven't watched a lot of Pearl. I've seen a lot of her writing, but my money's on Candace. Just saying. I feel like the Daily Wire probably had a boxing ring or something like that. Is Pearl big? I don't know. Oh, well, maybe I'm mistaken. I didn't know Pearl was very tall. I don't give a shit. I'll be honest with you. I don't really follow Pearl or Candace Owens all that much. Candace I know a little more because she's talked about things in a public sphere that are more along the type of things I focus on, political stuff. Pearl seems to be focused more on like manosphere type issues, which I don't really pay attention to. So I don't know. I don't know the shape either are in. I've just seen Candace verbally be a fighter. Maybe Pearl is as well. I don't know. You think Destiny hides his power level to some degree? Like, you don't mean like physically, like boxing shit, right? You mean like debate type stuff? I don't know. Pearl's 5'11", Candace 5'7". Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll probably review the Peterson debate. Oh, shit. I'd like to say tomorrow. See, here's the problem with tomorrow. I'm doing an interview with Hutch at 3, and I think this other guy at 8. So I probably won't have time to do it tomorrow. And then Friday, I think I'm doing Jim Bob's panel. But yeah, I will review that debate. I like Jordan Peterson. Maybe I'll do it Monday at work or Sunday night at work, barring my computer burning up. Destiny's an interesting character. Again, I've said in the past that I'm grateful that he has allowed me on to debate him. I think he's a good debater. I'll disagree with some people on the right that say he's a bad debater. You might say, well, that's because of rhetorical tricks and stuff. Whatever. It's true. Why, Hutch? Because he asked. I don't know. It's that simple. He asked as soon as I got back, can I interview you about your Tim Pool appearance? I said, sure, I'm going to be off for a week, but then, yeah. With very few exceptions, I'm willing to stream or give interviews or debate anyone. So if you ask, you'll probably get it. Thank you, CL. I appreciate that. I really do. I think you should, if I would ask you, if you think that I'm a reasonable person that you even disagree, really think about that for a second and say, even if you think Trump broke the law, do you think that he's specifically being targeted because of who he is? And do you think that the fine was exorbitant, particularly when they're basing that fine off of valuations of this property? I mean, again, I didn't get into details on this, but you could look up like empty lots beside Mar-a-Lago that are selling for $20 million. So if they're evaluating Mar-a-Lago at less than that or around that, you have a problem with that. So thank you. Hutch is, yeah, where's that at, Aftershock? Did you record it? I'd look at that. I don't know much about Hutch. I'll be honest with you. If I could be completely honest, I think that I've interacted with Hutch in the past and I don't remember, which is the case with, it's usually not a good thing to say about someone. They didn't stand out. I remember him from the debate I did there right before I went in Tim Pool's show, like last 2 Wednesdays ago or whatever, and I wasn't impressed. I thought that Ruminate, or I guess he goes by Pondering Politics now, I thought he was by far the best person on their side, and that's not saying a lot. I actually like Pondering Politics. I think he's a decent guy. I do. I think he's biased as all get out. But I think if you talk to Pondering off the record, like not in recorded, I think he would admit to you that I'm probably a much better debater than him. So if I'm saying, yeah, that guy was the best on their side, does Destiny know things historically? Again, I'll sort of defend Destiny here. Probably not, but do I? Now, there's a difference. I do this as a fucking hobby, right? Yeah, thank you, Legends Reign. Well, I don't know if he knowingly committed crimes, but I'm willing for the sake of argument to say it's a distinct possibility. And I also don't give a shit if Trump goes to prison. It doesn't affect me in any way whatsoever. In fact, the best case scenario for my political point of view to win going forward would be for Trump to be found guilty of a crime tomorrow that's obvious bullshit, and then to send him in prison, and then him to have a horrible illness in prison and become incapacitated to the point where he can no longer be involved in politics. That would drum up such support for someone like a Ron DeSantis or a Vivek, who I supported over Trump, that they would probably win convincingly, even over any potential alleged fraud. What would convince me he committed a legitimate crime? Evidence that he committed a legitimate crime. So, for example, let's take a hypothetical. Let's say that a direct reading of the statutes in the mishandling of classified information case says, yeah, he committed a crime. He had the intent, he had these specific documents, he knew they were classified, he had the intent to keep them. That's probably a crime. The problem, CL, is Hillary committed that crime, and I said Hillary shouldn't be prosecuted for it. Because I think that there are many crimes in this country that are so broad that many of us break them every day. Maybe you've never heard me tell this story. One time I was arrested at a metal concert. I think it was Black Dahlia murder. I'll retell this story. I'll be quick about it, though, because I know my audience has heard it a lot. Went to this metal show. I was shit-faced. I was absolutely hammered, but I wasn't driving. I had a friend that was DDing. We go out, and the metal show, there was a mosh pit, and there were like two rival groups that actually ended up like really fighting. So the cops arrest 3-4 people, and they shut down the mosh pit. You couldn't be there. So I was drunk. I get out of the mosh pit, go to the back to the bar, buy I think it was a Pabst Blue Ribbon Pounder, like $8 or something ridiculous. Bartender takes my money, hands me the beer, slides the beer towards me, cracks it open. Before I even touch the beer, as the bartender's sliding it, bouncer grabs the beer. He's like, you're shut off. And I was like, okay, I want my $8 back. And he's like, fuck you, get out of here. And I was like, fuck you, I'm getting my $8 back. I'm not a fucking rich man. $8 is a decent amount of money to me. If I can't have the beer, fine, I won't argue that. I want my fucking money. I didn't even touch it. Next thing I know, I'm slammed on my face. Cops handcuffing me. Blood's coming out my nose because when the cops slammed me, it was face first. Hit my nose. We go outside. Cops being a dick. Long story short, I tell the cop to ask the cop to wipe the blood off my nose. He tells me I'm a fucking tough guy, basically to eat shit. I tell him my friend's recording it. I didn't have a friend out there. They weren't recording it. He starts taking random passerby cell phones, looking for recording videos. Throws me in the cop car, takes me to the drunk tank. I sit in the drunk tank for 2 hours. Then they pull me out, and I talk to this other cop. He's cool as shit. So we get to talking for like an hour and a half about hunting and shit like that. And I ask him what I'm being charged with. And he says drunk in public, which is the old Ron White joke. Right? He's like, I wasn't in public until you drugged me into public. And then he said disorderly conduct. I was like, I didn't commit disorderly conduct. He's like, yeah, you did. And I was like, no. And he's like, yeah. In fact, let me see if I can find this. I don't know if it's changed. Okay, here's the Pennsylvania Criminal Code, how it defines disorderly conduct. Offense defined. A person is guilty of disorderly conduct if, with intent to cause public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or recklessly creating the risk thereof, he engages in fighting or threatening or in violent behavior, makes unreasonable noise, uses obscene language or an obscene gesture, and creates a hazardous or physically offensive condition by any act which serves no legitimate purpose of the actor. An offense under this section is a misdemeanor to third degree if the actor has caused substantial harm. As used in this section, the word public, blah, blah, blah. So in other words, okay, fighting, things like that, making unreasonable noise, using obscene language or gestures, create a hazardous or physically offensive condition by an act which serves. So if I'm like, hey, fucker, to my friend, I just committed disorderly conduct. And I told the cop, I didn't commit disorderly conduct. He's like, yeah, you did. He's like, that law is written as such so that if we as police officers think you committed some crime, it's a catch-all. We could always charge you with disorderly conduct. Always. Oh, you got a little loud with the cop when he pulled you over? That's disorderly conduct. He's like, we basically charge anyone we want with that. And what are you going to do? Go fight it? Fine. So what? Let's say you win. You're going to take the time to go fight it? You're going to pay the $180 fine. Now, I did fight it and I got the charge dropped because that cop told me to fight it and he showed up and spoke on my behalf and the judge threw the case out. So it ended up working out for me. But that was a wake-up call for me where I was like, wow. So basically that's a law that 80% of the people in this state probably break on a weekly basis. They just pick and choose who to enforce it. Now, it's not, that's bad, don't get me wrong. But the scale of that, if all of a sudden you're like, but we're only going to target people whose specific political opinions we don't like. So, let's take that to more of the political level. FARA, failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. Now, it's one of the worst kept secrets in Washington that almost everyone that are working for certain lobbyist law firms are lobbying for interests that they know are foreign interest. I don't want to say almost everyone. Huge swaths of people, thousands of people. They just never get charged. The law says if you're doing that, you have to properly register, but they don't because it would harm them to do such. It would decrease their business. So they charge Paul Manafort for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. Okay, who was he working with? The Podesta Group, the group founded by Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. They don't charge them. They don't charge Hunter Biden. They don't charge Blue Star Strategies. Why? That's the problem. My focus isn't, and I don't know if CL is still here. I know he said he had to get going. But this is a long-winded way of saying, like, my focus isn't, was a crime committed? My focus is, are the institutions tasked with investigating and enforcing crimes doing so on a selective basis? If so, that is far more serious than any of these individual crimes that are alleged. So the idea of, did Trump, based on my interpretation, break the law of mishandling classified documents? Probably. Should he be charged? No, because literally hundreds of politicians do that every year. And we're only going to charge the people connected to Trump. Did Manafort fail to register as a foreign lobbyist? Probably. Is that a crime? Yeah, looks like it. Should he be charged? No, because thousands of people do that and they're only going after people that they don't like, particularly those that are connected to Trump. This is what's, for those that are new to the channel, this is something that happens, right, quite frequently when I debate. I'll debate someone that's just out of their depth on the specifics of these things. I'll give you an example. Someone who apparently was from the original Gamergate, Brianna Wu. I'm on a panel with Brianna Wu. We're talking about Trump's mishandling of classified documents. The topic is, did Trump mishandle, and is there a double standard in the way these things are enforced? And clearly, I'm going to argue, yes, there's a double standard, which I think is more important than whether or not Trump mishandled classified documents. To me, that's a graver threat to our country because it illustrates, just like Chuck Schumer said, that the most powerful elected leader in this country has to be fearful of the agencies that he's supposed to be in charge of. Because if they don't like him, they'll find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at him. That's frightening. That, to me, is the biggest threat to our country, that our voice doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who we vote for. There are people behind the scenes that run the show, and they're going to selectively use intelligence, lawfare, the legal authority, censorship, etc., to put their thumbs on the scale. That means that we, the people, no longer have a voice. To me, that's as bad as it gets. Because me and you could disagree on climate change agenda or healthcare or border security. But if our voice literally doesn't matter because people behind the scenes are controlling the show and doing whatever the fuck they want, then how articulate we are on those issues becomes irrelevant. So what happens, like with Brianna Wu, she's out of her element. All she knows to say is, Rob's a conspiracy theorist. That's all she knows to say. I start going into detail on, for example, Hillary Clinton's treatment and how her team knowingly destroyed or subpoenaed evidence, which is a clear case of obstruction of justice, which should have been criminally charged. And it wasn't charged. Instead, everyone was given immunity and left off the hook. Whereas in Trump's case, even though all documents were eventually returned, they accused him of obstruction of justice and arrested everyone around him, trying to get them to flip on Trump. The exact opposite direction they went with Hillary's team. So the alleged crime, the obstruction, is less severe because they actually got the documents that they sought from Trump, whereas with Hillary, they never got the documents. They were actually deleted. And yet the decision of the FBI was the exact inverse. With Hillary's team, they went with as easy as possible, giving everyone immunity and not charging anyone. With Trump's team, they went as hard as possible, charging everyone that potentially could have been connected, subpoenaing surveillance footage, phone calls, text messages, emails, etc. Why the discrepancy? And what Brianna Wu is forced to admit by the end of this, in an attempt to get out of the debate because it's clear that she can't win on the specific details, she says, yeah, I guess Hillary should have been charged too. Now this gets to CL's point, who probably left, but I'll talk to it, which is he's focused on but what could we do, Rob, to convince you that Trump committed a crime? Well, that's not really at issue here. I don't give a shit if Trump committed a crime or not. I do, and that I don't want presidents or anyone committing crimes, as long as they're legitimate criminal code that I believe in. If it's a crime to feed the homeless guy outside, fuck you. I don't find it morally deficient for someone to have done that necessarily. But what that person's really saying is, yeah, I can't argue this point, but fuck Trump, I still hate him. So just because Hillary did bad shit doesn't mean that we shouldn't take Trump down. But that's not going to work on me. Just like saying, what would it take to convince you that Trump committed a crime? It doesn't really work on me because I'm not defending Trump. That's not my agenda. Regardless of what Destiny's crowd wants to say, or Pisco's crowd, or Hutch's crowd, or Ruminate's crowd, whatever they want to say, they're wrong. That's not my intent. I don't give a shit. In fact, I've already outlined the case quite clearly about how my political agenda is more likely to be passed if Trump is thrown in prison. My concern is the two-tiered system. And so when Brianna Wu says, well, yeah, Hillary should be in jail, then the obvious question is, okay, why isn't she? Why are you okay with the FBI? Now you agree that Hillary should have been charged, but the FBI didn't do it. But they did charge Trump. So can you explain that? Now, the truth is, she doesn't believe Hillary should be in jail. She just wants out of the debate. She can't argue the specifics of it. Right? So she has to have some sort of out. And to her, just like 95% of the people I debate, you see, the projection is they accuse you of what they themselves want. And they assume that I must be focused solely on defending Trump. And the reason they make that mistake is because to them, they are solely focused as their top priority of taking down Trump. So they assume anyone that's opposed to them must have similar motivations to themselves. They don't give a shit about things like rule of law or democracy. They don't give a shit about that. If they did, they would see all sorts of problems that are coming from the other side. They just give a shit about bringing Trump down. So they assume when someone speaks up and says, oh, well, we see the FBI behaving in a two-tiered system, that you must be defending Trump. Now, you could make that case with me easier than, say, someone like Jimmy Dore, who was vocal against Trump for years, doesn't like Trump, but also sees the corruption of the FBI. And yet, what do they say? Secret Trump supporter. Same with Glenn Greenwald. Same with Matt Taibbi. Same with Michael Schellenberger. Traditional lefties that now are deemed far right because that has to be the case. Because to them, their entire world focus is Trump, so that must be yours too. If you disagree with them and they're hating Trump, that means you must love Trump. That's what their worldview is. So, they'll say, yeah, whatever. Take Hillary out. We don't give a shit. Take Trump too, though. It's not a defense of Trump. And our argument is Trump should go down. That's not the game I'm playing. I'm looking at what I think I could easily defend as a more important issue, which is that Trump will eventually be gone, and so will Joe Biden, and so will Hillary Clinton, and so will Barack Obama, and so will George Bush. But the FBI will still be there. The media will still be there. CIA will still be there. And if they're corrupt, and they're putting their thumb on the scales of our elections and our republic, that's a far more serious issue than anything any one of those individuals, even the ones I don't like Obama or Hillary, are accused of doing. So they'll say whatever. They'll at the end. No, I disagree. Okay, many of them won't admit Hillary committed a crime. Many will. They don't give a shit. If you out debate them, they'll just say, yeah, fine, whatever. Throw in jail. Don't care. But throw Trump in jail. Get him out of there. Because that's all they really give a shit about. And there's 20 people tomorrow that could take the place of Hillary Clinton. Same with Joe Biden. Push comes to shove, they'd bury him. They don't give a fuck. And I feel bad because the people that have followed me regularly have heard me talk on this topic dozens upon dozens of times. But it's always the same thing. New people will matriculate in and they'll make the same type of arguments. But Trump's bad. Trump committed a crime. What could we do to convince you? And you're completely missing the point of what I'm saying. Trump may have committed a crime. He may very well have. He could go to jail for committing that crime. That's fine by me as well. The problem I have is that the going after him is completely about the politicization. Or, as I was talking about my friend that I was talking to earlier. I said, my friend admitted to me. He said, you're right, I don't like Trump, and I think he's corrupt, and I think he's a slimeball, and, you know. And I was like, you know what, it's true he is. He is. Probably any billionaire is. Probably any presidential candidate is. Yeah, I'm assuming he's corrupt. I'm actually shocked. I've said this many times. I'm shocked with as deep as they've gone on Trump, that the best they could come up with is this bullshit. I thought he'd have some far bigger skeletons buried. You know, he didn't Ted Kennedy kill a hooker or anything. You know. By the way, that's unfair. I don't know if that woman Ted Kennedy killed was a hooker, but yeah, sure, Trump's probably corrupt, and I don't give a shit if he goes to jail. As far as it affecting my life, the problem I have is they're not going after him because he's corrupt, because they're corrupt. It's not that there's these people that believe in justice and we're going to bring Trump down for the sake of justice. That's not what's going on. They're targeting Trump because they view him as a potential outsider. He's not even necessarily an outsider. He's just a potential outsider. And they can't have that. When you have total control, you don't want to give up a portion of that control because they might out your corruption. And you can't have that. Doing good, Ninja. That's why I'm so passionate about the topic. It's not because I'm like, Trump's a great man. He never committed any crime. He's squeaky clean. That's not what I'm saying. He's probably corrupt. I'm not saying my life will be over if Donald Trump goes to prison. Not what I'm saying. If he went to jail tonight, my life would remain the same. Probably would help my political cause. Because I see what's happening. And I see it's only going to get worse. If it works against Trump, then it'll work against the next guy. Then the next one. Then the next one. Then the next one. And they're going to become more and more brazen. And eventually it'll get down to not people that are running for politics at the national scale, but your local business leader. The guy in your local school board. The guy in your company that you work for that's getting a promotion. The kid at the local college. You. Your family. Kenny Pham bringing the heat. Rob here reading people's intentions. Trump may have been a sexual assaulter, but the people after him are doing it because he's an outsider. Yeah, you're right, man. The FBI is really interested in sexual assaulters. That's why they protected Epstein for all those years and Bill Clinton. Good point, man. Yeah, you're right. They're after Trump. He's a sexual assault. That's why they went with that. They knew it. When they were illegally spying on Trump's team with FISA warrants, it's because they knew E. John Carroll had watched that episode of Law & Order SVU in 2012 and was going to bring this case that Trump sexually assaulted her in a department store in public in daylight while she was wearing a dress that actually wouldn't be created for months after when this alleged sexual assault took place. They knew it, and that's why they're going after him. Nothing to do with politics. There you have it, There you have it, folks. Kenny Pham knows it. Thank God they got those FISA warrants because they knew about E. John Carroll. There you go. Now they got it. That's it. It's not political at all. They actually give a shit about people mishandling classified documents. That's why they left Biden off the hook and Hillary. They care about obstruction of justice. That's why they left Hillary off the hook for obstructing justice when her team deleted subpoenaed evidence. They care about FARA violations. That's why they left the Podestas off the hook. You know, they care about lying to law enforcement. That's why they left, even after a grand jury suggested indicting James Comey, they left him off the hook. Right? No, Kenny Pham wants you to. That's bullshit, Rob. They believe in all this stuff. The people going after Trump, they believe in all of this. Letitia James firmly believes in people not using a valuation of their property above the tax assessed value. She firmly believes it. She'd go after anyone, even though she campaigned going after Trump. She'd go after anyone. That's why she's about to go after almost any homeowner that has a mortgage that's more than the tax assessed value. Right, Kenny Pham? Because she really cares about that. Right? Question, Kenny Pham, if it's really about going after Trump for being a sexual assaulter and monster, why haven't they brought a criminal case? There's no statute of limitation. It's well within the statute of limitations to bring a criminal rape case against Trump. If it's really about justice and stopping this criminal monster, why haven't they done that? That seems odd. That's what it's about, right, Kenny? Yep. Hey, Kenny, I appreciate the sarcasm. Now let me give you some sarcasm, right? Kenny Pham, thank you for being the best contributor to this show. I really like it when people approach me in a genuine way and, are really clever in the way that they discuss things. And so I'm going to promote you to the highest thing that I could do on this channel. Like, it's very rare that I'm able to do this for someone. It makes me so happy to be able to do this. You see, you're just too good for us. That's what it is. Your brilliant witticisms and ability to defend with this blazing sarcasm is just absolutely fantastic. So, Kenny, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, but clearly you're better suited to people that are better than us there. So, see ya. Water. Feels nice. Feels good. Mr. Pham. Let's see. Any biters on Discord? Nope. Oh, I got a message here. Wow. Okay, set that up for tomorrow. It's funny, one of the people I was arguing with on Twitter, they're now arguing with other people in that thread, and someone's like, Nancy Pelosi did insider trading, and he says literally what I just said, the prosecutor then. Right. That's always the argument. Then go after her, which they know they won't, and they have no problem with the fact they won't. Do I believe that Chauvin did commit a crime? Yeah, I have always contended that I think Chauvin committed a crime. I don't know that it rises to the level of manslaughter or murder. The most striking piece of evidence in the defense of Chauvin, I think, is that the training manual seemed to suggest through pictures that the hold that he had on was a legitimate hold. And if I'm trained, like, for example, theoretically in the line of work I'm in, we could be trained in doing restraints. Now, full disclosure, I purposely choose to work for companies that don't use restraints, but there are companies that use restraints, and you have to get trained to do them. If you get trained, for example, to do a restraint on someone, and then that restraint ends up harming someone, did you commit a crime? Or are you civilly liable, or the company that trained you? I don't know. But my gut would say that Chauvin committed some sort of crime of excessive force. I don't know that it rises to the level of murder. Let me see here. I'm just reading some. I know this is boring. I'm just reading a couple messages. All right. Do I ever play guitar or sing slam poetry? No. I do karaoke once in a while. Not really much into slam poetry. Used to do stand-up comedy at open mic. Never paid for it or anything, though. All right. Well, let's see. It's 10:11. So if people have anything they want to bring. Sorry I didn't get to the debate review at Destiny and Jordan Peterson. We were talking more about this Mar-a-Lago stuff. Was I good at stand-up? I thought I was pretty funny. People laughed. Maybe I was just making a drunken ass of myself. It was pretty vulgar. Let's see. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, I'll get interviewed by Hutch. I don't know what that's going to be. He just said he wanted to interview me about my appearance on Tim Pool. Will that be him debating the positions that I espoused on there, or just him being like, what was it like to be on Tim Pool? I have no clue. Did I see the Kirby video warning Americans 2 weeks before the Russian terrorist attack to stay away from Russian concerts? I did not see that. But the official position, I believe, of U.S. intel is we warned Russia that a terror attack was incoming. So you might say, Nate, well, that's suspicious. Maybe the United States was involved in the planning or execution of this terrorist attack. But their argument would be like, we just heard through various sources that a terror attack was likely. Isn't it funny how YouTube comment sections have 90% people with like 4 numbers and 5 digits next to their generic name, but the chat never does? That is funny. One thing I can say I'm proud of is I've never used any bots. I can't say that people haven't botted. Oh, jeez, oh man. We'll get to this nonsense in a second. I can't. If someone else puts bots, there's nothing I can do about that. But I think particularly when I saw like some of these TikTok streamers that I were debating, they'd be like, oh, 3,000 people watching right now. And then you'd like see their feed and there'd be like 5 people chatting. And it's like, really? There's 3,000, 4,000 people watching you right now. It's only 2 or 3 people chatting. Seems suspicious. I don't know. I think my numbers, I think I got, for as many people that watch me, I think I got pretty good community engagement for, I don't know what the average number is, but I would say double-digit percentage of the people watching me actually involve in the chat versus, right, Keyline Platypus. And then we had, what was the other one? Keyline Penguin. Damn bots. Now, I do think that Syrian Bot on Twitter made an interesting point. I guess it's worth talking about a little bit with Destiny. Is it seems funny that the position he now finds himself in is you're not an expert, so you shouldn't be involved in these debates. You haven't written books on Israel-Palestine. You're not a media expert. You shouldn't be on Piers Morgan. Is sort of antithetical to Destiny's position that he's held, which is you're not an expert, so we shouldn't take your commentary on COVID. In fact, at one point, Destiny actually made a video where he suggested, in specifically talking about me, though he did mention himself as well, because of online conspiracy theorists, that the best thing that could happen would be all of social media to be disbanded. Which, if you get right down to the crux of it, is basically a call to only have gatekeeped professionals have input on these political stories. So people like Finkelstein, that Destiny seems to not like, would be allowed to weigh in on Israel-Palestine in a public sphere, but Destiny would not be allowed. So there is some sort of schadenfreude in that. Yeah, I agree, Puck Flicker, but I also think that I'm not saying this about anyone in particular. I think a lot of people actually do have bots, particularly in places like TikTok, and where I think that you end up seeing, Destiny sounds like a smart teenager that never grew up. I don't know. What do I sound like? An angry old man? So. Let's see if I can find this video. By the way, I tried to set my shit up. I should have, I think I have an extra server somewhere or a hard drive somewhere. But, it's a real damn shame the amount of material that I've lost because YouTube used to fucking screw me over. with community strikes, and I had to delete everything that even mentioned the word COVID or anything like that. It's a shame because even though I tried to set up like Odyssey and Rumble to record that content as well, it didn't happen. So, for example, Aftershock messaged me and was like, hey, man, the first debate I ever did with Pondering that was on COVID, do I still have it? I can't find it anywhere. I really can't. And that shit happens a lot. It's actually a shame. I mean, probably thousands of hours of material that just doesn't exist anymore, which sucks. Let me see if I can find this video in particular. Let me just watch some of my old shit here, huh? Here we go. All right. Is this actually still up? So let's shit on Destiny a little. All right. I'm going to play a video with Destiny in it. So unfortunately to all you people on Twitch, I'm going to give you like 5 minutes to move over to Rumble or YouTube. Probably as much as I hate to say it, YouTube, so I can still see your comments. So if you're... Here are the places you could follow me. But again, not my fault. Terms of service say if someone's banned on Twitch like Destiny, I can't show a video of him. So it's fucking stupid. I mean, it's not like I'm endorsing him. I'm actually criticizing him. And it's not like I'm going to play any content of his that would violate terms of service. Yeah, you can go to Kick as well. Jesus Cow. How could I leave Jesus Cow? I am so sorry. I don't know that anyone's qualified to be in a chat with you, Jesus Cow. I mean, you're one of a kind. Quite literally, probably on Kick. Kick's been nice to me, though. I don't have a big audience there, but it's nice to have basically a Twitch alternative. Right, that's exactly right, Jur Taker. If you're Hassan, you can watch Destiny clips all day. Of course, I have to understand that I'm not in a protected class, so we could raid someone on Twitch. Man, no, I don't want to raid someone on Twitch because I want all the people on Twitch to come over to Kick or YouTube. So, all right, wind it down here. Yeah, Trump's banned. That's true, PM. But they'll definitely go after me. So all right, we'll give you a couple more seconds, then we're getting off Twitch. So, get out there. Thank you, Twitch people, though. You guys are great. I do appreciate it. Thank you to everyone watching on X as well. Really, if you're not following me on X, please give me a follow there. I probably do most of my typing there. All right, Twitch, we'll see y'all. Have a good one. Aftershock, can you do me a favor? Can you head over to Twitch and just make sure that I'm not still there? Because I would hate to accidentally violate the terms of service. But I think this is relevant, and I think my friend Surian will... thank you, DB Vetter. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm off. I think my friend Surian will appreciate this because I feel like people think that I kiss Destiny's ass too much. It's not the intent. I'll defend Destiny when I think it's worth it. I'll just be honest about it. But it is true. Surian brings up a good point that now Destiny's basically facing these attacks that are like, you're not an expert. You shouldn't be able to weigh in. When his entire fucking argument, particularly when it comes to COVID, is only the experts should be allowed to weigh in. Thank you, DB Vetter. Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate it. All right. So let's play some of this. So this was someone I have enough people. I did well enough on Destiny's channel when I was there that people from his audience would actually message me when shit came up about me. So this is from 2 years ago, as you can see. But this was Destiny basically made comments about me being a conspiracy theorist, etc., in the middle of one of his streams. So this is my response to it. So I don't watch a lot of other streamers. I have a family. I work 70, 80 hours a week. I watch some content when I can. I watch a lot of chess streams and stuff like that. But I do sometimes watch other political streamers on the left or the right.
More well-groomed.
But most of the time, I'm unfamiliar. And so a lot of the people I interact with, I'm just getting to know. And maybe a lot of you in the audience know better than me. And a lot of times you'll hear things like, oh, they said this in the past. They said this. And it might well be true. But I try to only judge people based on what I specifically hear them say. One of the people that I actually enjoyed talking with because I thought they were a good debater was a streamer by the name of Destiny. And I've debated Destiny several times, both one-on-one, on his channel, on panels, and things like that. And I think that I always purport myself very well, but it's usually discussions that I like because I don't want to talk to people that, you know, are just going to yell and scream and make insane accusations, or people that really don't have, you know, a good ability to speak in public and things like that. Better. I'll talk to anyone, I will. But it's nice to talk to people that are, you know, they do kind of what I'm doing. They're streamers, they like talking about issues, and they're competent at doing so. And so that's one of the reasons I like talking to Destiny in the past. And when it comes to left-wing positions, a lot of his positions I find less radical, even though I dislike most of his positions, I find less radical than a lot of the other streamers that I've dealt with. However, we've had some issues where, you know, I made it to the front page of Reddit because Destiny clipped out of context a discussion we had on trans issues, and other things like that. And sometimes I'll hear, even though I'm not watching, someone will contact me and be like, did you see so-and-so's recent stream? They talked about you. Well, that was the case with a video that was put up by Destiny today, or maybe it was yesterday. And so I watched the video, and there was a small portion about me. So I thought that I would play that portion, and then I'll play it in its entirety, and then I will respond to what is said. So let's do it. It's a good picture there to start, huh?
Where this is like materialized a lot more for me too when I look at how what was it in relation to? Oh, when I argue with people like robnoerr and conspiracy theorists, something that you have to listen to is people will assert conspiracies, but they'll only do it with like discrete points of evidence that aren't actually evidence for a conspiracy. So like, here's an example, okay? Let's say that I want to say that Mrs. Johnson is poisoning students in the classroom. Normally, if you're looking for evidence of a conspiracy like that, let's say for a police investigation, we want to find some evidence that Mrs. Johnson has like put poison into the food, put poison into some water, has infected their desks, right? Like that's normally what we're looking for. But that's not how people online will approach the story. Instead, what they're looking for is, was Mrs. Johnson ever in the classroom with students that got sick? Yeah? Well, that's point one. Number two, like, has Mrs. Johnson ever gotten in trouble in the past with the school for doing anything bad? Yeah, she did. Well, that's point two.
Conservative carnage. Monday,
like
Tuesday, you could call it.
Has Mrs. Johnson, like, ever been sick in the past? Yeah? I mean, boom. Now you're done. That's like, and now you actually got the story, and you can spread that, right? Like, Mrs. Johnson is making students sick in school. First of all, 85% of people have already just read the headline and they're done for whatever dumb meme or story you're making. Then for the people that do read on, it's like you can take a couple of descriptive facts or discrete facts and put them together, and then people are like, oh, well, Mrs. Johnson was in there. The students got sick. She's gotten in trouble at school before. She's gotten sick before with the same disease the kids had. Like, she's poisoning students, right? Like it all flows like very naturally. Rob, if you ever listen to robnoerr, be careful because he's a very crafty guy. But if you ever listen to robnoerr debate, he's really, really, really good at doing this. Where he'll take like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 little discrete facts, but he'll weave them all together into a tale. But the tale that he asserts, the conspiracy that he asserts, he actually has no evidence for. There's zero evidence for that. But he's got a lot of underlying descriptive facts that sometimes are true, or at least true enough, and then he spins the story to bring them all together, right?
All right, so that's the extent of what he talks about me. So you can see that it's not super lengthy or anything like that. So what to say about this? First, sort of a backhanded compliment, right? Says that I'm crafty and I'm really good at doing something. So thanks for that, Destiny. So let's talk about the term conspiracy theorist. So this is an attack that's used often. And one of the things I notice is there's so many people on the left. I interact with so many people in different platforms, and not just the people I interact with on debates or panels or things like that, but then also their audience that'll sometimes come onto my channel, or they'll talk to me on Twitter or things like that. And one of the things I notice is they'll take a bigger streamer like Destiny, and if Destiny makes a claim about me, they will just repeat that claim over and over, even when it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I'll talk about something that's not really a outlandish conspiracy theory, and they'll just say, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Or they heard Destiny say I gish gallop, which means I say a lot of points really fast, which is ironic coming from Destiny, who he talks really fast. I'm faster, though, if I want to be. And they'll say I'm gish galloping, but then they'll make that accusation in ways that doesn't even make sense. Like, I'll read 2 sentences of a study, and they'll say, that's gish galloping, which has nothing to do with what that term supposedly means. So I get this accusation a lot that I'm a conspiracy theorist. And what this is it's a claim used to summarily dismiss huge swaths of argument, right? So ask ourselves, what is a conspiracy theorist? So I'm not really concerned what the dictionary definition would be that we understand, right? Someone who believes in conspiracies. Well, technically, if you think that a group of people got together to commit a crime, that's a conspiracy. So being a conspiracy theorist, believing that, people got together to rob a bank, that's a conspiracy theorist. So clearly, the dictionary definition isn't what we're looking at. We're looking at the way that this is usually applied. And the way that it's applied, the implication is that you believe some outlandish, far out there stuff, right? And what Destiny's saying is, what I'll do is I'll take little disparate pieces of information and then weave a story together to prove some outlandish, terrible thing that just couldn't be true. But the problem is this is overused, and people will use it in ways that is meant to silence people that are making arguments that they can't deal with. So let's look at some things that were conspiracy theories. Iraq didn't have weapons of mass destruction. Well, you were a conspiracy theorist if you believe that, because you believed that you were being lied to by a bunch of people in position of authority. Now you might say, okay, Rob, but that's an example from a long time ago. Pick one that you've talked about recently. Well, my conspiracy theorists for calling out the FISA abuse and the Russiagate situation? Now, all the facts are on my side, and when I talked about this in 2017, about what a scandal it would be to use unverified opposition research to spy on a presidential campaign, I was called a conspiracy theorist. Well, it turns out that was true. Now, what was the utility of trying to silence me and ignore what I was saying by claiming that it was just outlandish and it couldn't be true, only to find out that it was exactly true? Well, it was because not that people were worried that I was wrong. People call you a conspiracy theorist because they're worried that you're right. And they don't want to handle the argument. And so they say, I'm just not going to acknowledge it because it sounds outlandish, therefore you're a conspiracy theorist. And it's things like this, how we're able to ignore actual things that are occurring in this country, like the teaching of critical race theory, or the FISA abuses, or the fact that deaths were being hid at nursing homes. Now, Destiny calls me, in certain Democratic-controlled states, Destiny calls me a conspiracy theorist, and this is one of the first times that I heard me call it. We were discussing people like Governor Cuomo, whose disastrous nursing home policies, forcing nursing homes to accept COVID patients, led to tens of thousands of people dying. Cuomo did it in New York. Whitmer did it in Illinois. Governor Wolf did it in Pennsylvania. Murphy did it in New Jersey. And I was discussing how Cuomo was hiding how many people, fudging the numbers, so it didn't look like that many people had died in nursing homes, because he didn't want to get the blame for his disastrous policy leading to deaths. Now, unbeknownst to Destiny, I'd made that claim for months, but the particular day that I made that claim in front of Destiny, the New York Times had just released an article proving exactly what I said. But Destiny's response in going along with me being a conspiracy theorist was to say, what'd he do? Bury the bodies in the ocean? Again, implying that it was so outlandish that I could believe something like this happened. Only he was wrong. And then once he was wrong, did he say, oh shit, wow, maybe I shouldn't have been calling you a conspiracy theorist? No, he then proceeded to make excuses for why maybe Cuomo had a good reason to hide how many people died. That's the caliber of people's debating ability and their interest in getting to the truth, that want to just call you a conspiracy theorist. Now, I would ask Destiny, what are the conspiracy theories that he thinks that I'm weaving stuff together and that it's not true? Give me an example. What is it? I have people tell me all the time, oh, you're a QAnon believer. Really? I challenge you to find a conservative that's pushed back more against QAnon than me. For over a year. Making fun of them for the trust the plan thing. Oh, Rob believes there weren't really conservatives that rioted January 6th. No, I don't. I called it out often on my channel. Oh, Rob's publicly said that Dominion voting machine switched votes. No, I didn't. Never once. I said I find it to be a completely reasonable position if someone on the left says, look, maybe there were things that looked odd in this election, but I don't see a smoking gun, and they're completely right to say that. Until they see a smoking gun, they're justified in saying that. So where is these outlandish conspiracy theories that he's saying? Was it the Russia collusion stuff? Was it the stuff on COVID? The only thing that I could think that was ever directly pointed, and I'm trying to steelman Destiny's argument as good as possible, is when he asked me why I thought these Democratic governors forced nursing homes to accept COVID patients. And I said either stupidity or corruption. Either they wanted to send people there knowing that there was a risk that they would die because they thought it benefited them and they were corrupt, or they were just that stupid. And he asked me what the chances were of each, and I said 50-50. And then he and the other leftists were like, oh, Rob's a conspiracy theory. He thinks that Democrats would intentionally send people somewhere knowing that they could possibly die. Is that an outlandish conspiracy theory? First, I didn't say it definitively happened. I left open the possibility. And the reason I left open that possibility was because the fact that we had supposed health experts in these Democrat-controlled states that came to the conclusion that we should send COVID patients indoors with the most vulnerable of people is something so stupid that it would probably be more comforting if it was corruption instead of stupidity. Because if these people running our health systems in these states are that dumb, we're in a lot of trouble. But secondly, Destiny himself believes things that are quite remarkably similar. So the implication is, how dare you assume that a politician, especially a Democratic politician, would do something to intentionally jeopardize people's health? How do you explain the fact that we still have Democrats that are calling for schools to not be in person? How do you explain the fact that we have Democrats calling for children to wear masks, even though the evidence suggests that it's more harmful for them? Let's take the first example. Former CDC Director Robert Redfield said publicly, in testimony, that more kids died as a result of not being in school and the lockdown than died of COVID. We can see that almost all of the evidence for well over a year has showed that children are less likely to get the disease, less likely to transmit the disease, and less likely to have serious complications from the disease. And yet still, knowing that it was jeopardizing their public health, Democrats pushed for them to not have in-person learning. But even beyond that, using an example where Destiny himself has believed something as such, I debated Destiny at one point, and towards the end of the debate, we were talking about the riots. Now, this was well before January 6th of 2020, or 2021. So this was during the George Floyd riots, and I believe this probably occurred sometime in June, and I think it was right after there was a riot in New York, where the police had to back down because we were told that they were overwhelmed. And I say at the end of this debate that it might, and this is very relevant as you'll see, I said, it might be the conspiratorial nature in me, but I felt that Democratic governors and mayors were intentionally allowing riots to go on because they thought that it would harm Donald Trump's chances of getting reelected. And Destiny said, of course they're doing that. And that's good if it keeps Trump out of office. Because protesting and rioting are two sides of the same coin to democracy. So Destiny believed that Democrats were intentionally allowing riots to occur. Riots, by the way, that were, what do you think a riot's going to do? Predictably harm people's health. Maybe, predictably, some people will die eventually. Predictably, people will lose their livelihoods, lose their property. Predictably, people will be hurt. And yet he is saying that Democrats are intentionally allowing that because it benefits them politically.
I hear you.
And yet, on the other hand, he smears me as a crazy conspiracy theorist. Not for definitively saying that these Democratic governors intentionally wanted people's health to be poor or intentionally wanted them to get COVID or to die, but for saying that it's a possibility. So you can see the hypocrisy in his statement. Just like the debate I just analyzed with Vosh on Syria. What these people want to do is believe any outlandish thing. How many of them believed... I don't follow Destiny very close. I'd like to see everything that he believed about Donald Trump. Did he believe the Russia situation? Did he believe in Russia collusion? That was a conspiracy theory. Did he call himself a conspiracy theorist? It turns out that conspiracy theory was false. And it was peddled for a reason. So that our intel agencies could spy on the sitting president of the United States. So when Destiny says, I'm very good at weaving these things together. Well, if I'm wrong, show me where I'm wrong. If you think something I believe is so outlandish that you could dismiss it as a conspiracy theory, give me the example. Now, maybe you're questioning, but is Destiny really suggesting that it's that big of a deal that people need to be silenced?
This is the part that's relevant for
Here's
today.
what Destiny said right
The most
before he
relevant.
started talking about me as a conspiracy theorist. About 2 minutes prior. You ready? From the same video.
Shit, I don't know what they're saying. I don't want to misrepresent any viewers' points, but is there one thing that connects all these people into going down the conspiracy shit? Yes, actually. It's going to Destiny, come on, they're on completely different levels in terms of wrong. If you want to moralize it, sure, but factually, no. And I mean, like, we've watched it happen over and over and over and over again. My mom was repeating some pieces of misinformation that left-leaning people spread. For instance, I remember my mom saying the police opened the gates to let the protesters into the Capitol. A lot of left-leaning people were retweeting that. We watched left-leaning people retweet the thing about the one cop saying Blue Lives Matter to the people. It never happened. We've seen like a whole bunch of misinformation being retweeted. We've seen people, everybody retweets misinformation. This isn't like a satisfying solution, but like the best thing that could happen for like the media environment right now is all forms of alternative media should be completely banned, and only like the mainstream publications can fight against each other doing it. But that's like really shitty because obviously there are other biases there. But I think that alternative media, I think it has already destroyed. That includes people like me, even like on Twitter, Twitch, on YouTube, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But I think that like alternative media has destroyed people's realities. It's completely shifted them into totally different realities.
Destiny's prescription to people being radicalized is the total elimination of alternative media. He would like to see a return to 6 corporations controlling massive flow of information. Now think of how those two positions juxtapose. He calls me a conspiracy theorist, and then he's talking about how dangerous, it's so bad that we should just deplatform everyone. Only let the establishment have a voice. And this is a left-winger. Sock dem, he calls himself. Do you see the worldview and how it adds up? I don't want people... Where would we be? Would we have found out about the Russiagate stuff? Would we have found out about Cuomo hiding bodies? Would we have found out about these disastrous COVID policies? It's nonsensical. And it's a cheap trick in order to get out of arguing things that you're not competent on. Oh, I don't believe that could have happened. Therefore, you're a conspiracy theorist. So anytime Destiny wants to talk to me about why I'm such a dangerous conspiracy theorist, surely he'll have no problem doing so. Surely he'll be able to articulate exactly why the things I say are so outlandish and I'm just weaving things together that aren't true. So I look forward to having that conversation. I'll be careful that he doesn't clip me out of context again so that he could get me on the front page of Reddit. But I guess if you can't actually handle the debate or the argument yourself, you have no choice but to make edits like that. So we'll see how it goes from here. But at the end of the day, when people call you conspiracy theorists and stuff like this, it's not an argument. Are there people that say outlandish conspiracies that I disagree with? Yes. But the accusation is leveled against people making reasonable arguments that are challenging official narratives or official stories. You could call people conspiracy theorists for all sorts of reasons. If you think the cops planted drugs on someone, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. So, I don't really take these, I had people ask me what I thought about it. I don't really take these things like, to me it was a backhanded compliment, to be honest. Because he's admitting that he knows that I'm good and persuasive. He just has to discredit me in some way because he doesn't know how to deal with that. All right. So first off, to respond to Aftershock, he does say there that that would mean that he would be deplatformed as well. For those just tuning in, that was Destiny 2 years ago. Was saying that I'm a conspiracy theorist, and the way to deal with conspiracy theories would be to ban all alternative forms of media. And he says that would include myself. Now, the reason that I was reminded of that video today was because Destiny's currently going through this shtick where a bunch of people were saying, most of it I think is because of jealousy, but are saying that Destiny shouldn't be talking to Jordan Peterson. He shouldn't be on Piers Morgan's show. He shouldn't be debating Norman Finkelstein on Lex Friedman's show. That should be the realm of academics, of media personalities, etc., not debate bro gamers online. Right? And I've defended Destiny and said that's absurd, that I find sort of these gatekeeping arguments that only certain people are qualified to talk on certain subjects is nonsensical. If Destiny's really outclassed, or if I'm outclassed, or if any other person's outclassed, then let them be outclassed. But Destiny certainly has a voice. He has a lot of people watching. I think that if I hosted a show and wanted to bring different perspectives on that were bringing sort of, you know, a message that are reaching a lot of people out there, someone like Hassan, someone like Destiny, these are people that I might not agree with, or might not think that they're making the most scientific or articulate points. Nonetheless, these are people that are engaged in the public sphere that people are listening to. And I think that the idea of gatekeeping sort of opinions to members of a academic community or journalistic community is detrimental. I think that largely, even with all the problems that we've seen on social media, it's been beneficial because we're no longer solely reliant on so-called members of the press to kind of have the public discourse of what's going on in politics. So it's humorous to me to defend Destiny, and I did. I defended Destiny today, and I've defended him in the past for this. Absolutely, Destiny should have. But Destiny's own rhetoric from the past would be used against him. No, only the experts should have a voice. Alternative people should be booted off because they do more damage than good. That would include Destiny. Will I eventually drop the hat and just be a bald streamer? Maybe. Sometimes I do, sometimes not. Someone told me the next time I'm on Tim Pool's show or something to not wear a hat because it covered my eyes. So, I don't know. I just like that. Actually, when I first saw people saying, why is Destiny there, it was basically the Finkelstein debate. Finkelstein's the scholar. The rest of the people there are scholars. And who's Destiny? Well, the irony was Finkelstein, I didn't watch the whole debate, but Finkelstein, the clips I saw, that his supporters were like, look at this dude owning Destiny. It was basically just Finkelstein insulting Destiny, which is fine. I don't give a shit. I'm a petty debate bro streamer myself. But I don't see how simultaneously you could be like, only serious scholarly people should be involved in this debate. And then, oh, that guy we called a scholar, he was so awesome when he was making jokes about Destiny. Like, those two things seem to clash to me. Oh, I know Aftershock, but he said there that he would ban all alternative media, including himself. So I just thought that was funny. It reminded me, I know I was going to review the actual debate Jordan Peterson did with Destiny, but I thought I was reminded of that today. Well, let's watch this oldie but goodie here while we're here. Just so you know who these people are. Oh, I don't want the image. I want the video.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry. I just want to be
You're not the best at it. My friend Drone Tech edited this better, but this was from the COVID debates and sort of pointing out the hypocrisy of people, how it was all about control. That's what it was about. It wasn't about protecting you from COVID. It was all about control. There was no sacrifice that the people were unwilling to make that you had to make. Whatever inconvenience to your life, couldn't see your grandparents, fuck you. Couldn't go to work, fuck you. Had to lose your house, fuck you. Had to lose your kids, fuck you. Didn't care. Any punishment, any sacrifice was justified for you. But what about them? What about when they needed to be inconvenienced? Let's hear what Dylan Byrne thinks. He thinks that you should have to get the vaccine or that you should be tested every day at work. Let's see what he thinks about himself.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry. I just want to be very
You think
careful.
that people that have had COVID and have natural immunity should get tested or get vaccinated, right?
Yes.
And your philosophical premise to such is, even though it might be against their wishes.
But everyone, by the way. This is everyone, them included.
Okay. And so my question to you are you vaccinated? You don't have to tell me if you don't want.
Yes, I am. I have both vaccines.
Should you be forced to get tested every week?
No, because I'm vaccinated.
You're more likely to spread and catch the disease than people with natural immunity, and you think they should get tested every week.
I'm more likely to catch and spread the disease, but I think they should also get vaccinated. You know what, Rob? I'd be perfectly fine with people who have natural immunity going that route. If there was an exception and you could prove that to me.
So wait a minute, what made you change your philosophical position? It almost seems like...
Wait. Wait, 1 second. Give me a moment here. Somebody's telling me that's not true. I'm sorry. I'm trying to... I thought we were going to talk about something a little bit different here. So that's why... Give me a second here. He's right here, actually. If you see the finger of COVID, Rob's right. Yeah, I mean, honestly... So
you just backtracked your entire
being,
position as soon as it was an imposition to you. As soon as it would have been you...
Yeah, I know. I'm not a good editor. That's why my friend Drone Tech did it better. But yeah, I mean, there's so many things in that clip that just sums up the worldview of so many of these people on the left, right? So he's like, yeah, because this was around the time that Biden's vaccine mandate. And I would love to debate. Destiny's never debated me on the vaccine and the mandate. I love to debate him. I will fucking crush him. And you know what's terrible? If I actually had time to prepare for the debate, it would be way, 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 way worse for Destiny. Because I'll be honest with you, I haven't read the studies and shit for near 2 years at this point. But to me, the most relevant studies, the question to ask about all of the policies surrounding COVID aren't what do we know now? It is what did we know at the time? And this might sound like a lefty argument, like, well, wait a minute, isn't that what the Democrats say? Yeah, but it's actually the exact inverse of what they say. My argument has always been, before you demand people make significant sacrifice that will diminish the quality of their life in significant ways, and you know it will, you must be able to prove your case that it's necessary. To say, we don't know, so fuck you, you can't see your family. We don't know, so fuck you, we're going to lock down your kids. We don't know, so fuck you, you can't go to work and you're going to lose your job and your home, is outrageous. And that's exactly what they did. Because it was never about doing the right thing. It was about control. That's what it was about. So when you look back, what were the studies from the organizations that the lefties, the Democrats, the people that cheered on the lockdowns, et cetera, the vax mandates, the sources that they were looking at, what were they telling us? So I did exactly that at the time. I went to the CDC. I went to peer-reviewed journals that people that favored the vaccine and mandates, et cetera, told me to read. And I was shocked to find that even those outlets, when you crunch the numbers, showed that forcing people, particularly people that already had the virus, to get vaccinated was a net harm to them. I still have all the data I could show. Now, is it possible that the data's changed, that the CDC now, since the data I was reading in 2021, 2022 has changed? Absolutely possible. I don't think it's changed for their side for the better, but I don't know. I haven't read the data. I haven't delved into it. I've heard what people say about the data, but as I learned when I delved into the data myself, you can't trust what people are saying about it. Dylan, election fan, just ended a 2-hour conversation. Yeah, man, I'll check it out. Yeah, I did terrible editing. So then we go back to this conversation with Dylan. Okay. Biden suggests a vaccine mandate through OSHA that any company that employs more than 50 people should force their employees to have the vaccine and have a vaccine ID that proves that they got the vaccine, or have to test each employee once a week for COVID that's not vaccinated. And it takes 2 hours or so of this debate with Dylan with talking about how much of a pain in the ass it would be for people to go get tested and for employers to test. And blah, blah. But we have to do it because it's about keeping people safe and blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, but isn't it true? The data seems to suggest here that natural immunity is superior to vaccinated immunity. No, that's not the case. Then we delve into the studies. Okay, it looks like that's the case. And blah, 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 blah. All setting up this one question. And that was that I knew Dylan was vaccinated. I'd heard he'd said it on the channel. And I knew that he didn't feel that he should have to get tested. Now, think about the implications of this are. The justification for demanding that people either be vaccinated or get tested every week. People forget that second part was there, right? This was the vaccine mandate that was suggested by Joe Biden in 2021. The argument was that if you choose not to get vaccinated, you should be tested every week, because then it would be more likely to find out if you were positive test for COVID, which would mean that we could tamp down on the amount of people that are spreading COVID in the workplace. Okay. The problem with that is, if we could prove that a group of those people are less likely to contract or transmit COVID than groups of people that are vaccinated, why should we force those people to be tested but not the vaccinated? In other words, at that point, if you have this group of people, like let's just say hypothetically, let's make it real simple, that women couldn't transmit COVID. It was a male-only disease, right? And so you would say, okay, everyone that's vaccinated doesn't have to get tested, but everyone that's not vaccinated has to get tested. And I would be like, even women, they can't spread the disease. And you'd be like, yep, because why not? There's a small chance that a woman could theoretically spread it, so why not have them tested if they're not vaccinated? But you're like, but the vaccine's not perfect. Just because you're vaccinated, we could see that people are vaccinated get COVID and spread COVID. So why shouldn't they be tested as well? If it's truly about, listen, we all have to make sacrifices to make sure that we're not spreading COVID, then why not them as well? And Dylan outs the game there. That he unknowingly shows you exactly what the whole game was. It's not about him making a sacrifice. He's doing exactly what's necessary. And that's how all these COVID authoritarians were. It's the same mindset you see with the socialist. How much money is too much money for a person to ask? Ask Bernie Sanders. When he first got into the Senate, he said, senators that are millionaires are unethical. We shouldn't have millionaire senators. Then when he became a millionaire senator, he just changed the argument and said, well, billionaires. And if he ever becomes a billionaire, he'll change the argument again. Bernie Sanders' argument is, in effect, anyone who has more money than me is immoral. But the amount of money I have is perfectly acceptable. That's the argument. That's the argument people were making of COVID over and over. My body, my choice. Oh, no, not under COVID. You needed to make sacrifices. What you were doing was dangerous. What you were doing was wrong because you're selfish. Then you'd talk to these people. Okay, well, hey, Dylan, I saw you at the Black Lives Matter rally. Didn't your governor say that you should stay at home unless it's an emergency? Why were you out there? Well, I had a mask on. Nonetheless, the mask doesn't prevent totally transmission. Now we know it does next to nothing. But nonetheless, wouldn't you have had less of a chance of transmitting if you didn't go out? Isn't that selfishness? That's different. In that same debate I had there with Dylan, he makes this argument. He says, he was for vaccine passports in proposed laws in places like New York that said in order to get into certain public buildings like grocery stores, you should have to provide a vaccine passport. But not to go to a protest. I said, why? Well, because the government, theoretically, if you have to show an ID to get into a protest, they could theoretically track you down and blah, 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 blah. So in other words, the activities that Dylan really wanted to do, go to protests and things like that, shouldn't need a vax passport, but should need one if you want to go to the local Wegmans or Martin's, etc. See? Things he does, necessary, okay. But the things you wanted to do, that's selfishness. In fact, that whole debate started because of his fuckhead producer, Mr. Geck, giving me shit because I was arguing back and forth with Dylan on Twitter about that gym in New Jersey that was like, we're not going to force people to wear masks. We're not going to lock down. And they kept getting fined over and over again. And Dylan was basically like, fuck these people, it's selfish, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, how could you say that? Like, actually, exercising is probably one of the... This is way back early in COVID. And of course, I was nailing it. Exercise is one of the most important things. And Mr. Geck then said, when he found out that me and my 9-month pregnant wife had COVID, he said that we deserved it, which if he said it about me, fine, no problem. Including saying that about my fucking 9-month pregnant wife, that she deserved COVID. Why? What did I do? Was I going out to large gatherings? No, I was basically staying at home. Other than going to work, which I was forced to wear a mask when I was at work, I basically stayed at home with my pregnant wife. That's what I did. I didn't go to the big Black Lives Matter rally and violate stay-at-home orders like Dylan Byrne. Didn't do that. But I still deserved it. Fucking Mr. Geck. Piece of shit. And my wife deserved it, who he knew was 9 months pregnant. Fuck him. He would have laughed if me and my wife and Hank, who was still in Courtney's belly, would have died. They would have been okay with it. Fuck it. They had it coming. Why? What did I do? Had it coming. Fucking asshole. Anyways, so I was arguing with Dylan about that. I showed him that according to the World Health Organization, I still believe they suggest this, that you shouldn't wear a mask while exercising. Dylan's argument was, trust the experts, trust the World Health Organization, trust the CDC. World Health Organization literally said, don't wear a mask while exercising COVID. He said in that debate he was personally going to write the World Health Organization to get clarification on the question because he just couldn't believe it. Curious if they still say that. This is from the World Health today. World Health Organization. Should I wear a mask while exercising? Even when you're in an area with active COVID transmission, masks should not be worn during vigorous physical activity because of the risk to reduce your breathing capacity. No matter how intensely you exercise, keep at least 1 meter away from others. If you're indoors, make sure there's adequate ventilation. But wait, Dylan Byrne said trust the experts. And that this gym was fucking monstrous for not forcing their patrons to wear masks. Trust the experts. Whoops, the experts said the opposite. Again, he was cheering for them to be taken down, to be financially ruined, because they were trusting the experts. It's just his gut feeling told him, no, the experts couldn't say that. He was just wrong. See, when Dylan disagrees with the experts, it's okay. And I'm just using Dylan because he was the person I happened to debate, but he's a dime a dozen. This is what they're all interchangeable. This is what they believed. So when we got right down to it, and I forced him to admit through a series of arguments that people with natural immunity were actually more protected and less likely to transmit than those that were vaccinated. And if his argument is the premise behind his belief that even if you have natural immunity, even though your protection's superior, you should still get tested is because, hey, anything we could do to reduce the transmission, we should do it. So they should make those sacrifices. Okay, fair enough. I said, how about you? Should you get tested? He says, no. I say, why? Because I'm vaccinated. But wait, Dylan, you just admitted that people with natural immunity are less likely to spread the disease than you, and they should be forced to get tested. So why shouldn't you? Now, if Dylan was someone who actually cared about what he claimed everyone do everything possible to reduce the transmission, his answer then would have became, you're right, that is a contradiction. I guess you're right, I should be forced to be tested every week. But he didn't say that. Why? Because that would be an imposition on him. He's already doing enough. He doesn't have to sacrifice anymore. Doesn't have to. So instead he goes the other way and he says, oh shit, this would affect me now? Never mind then. Never mind. If it affects me, no. I shouldn't have to do that. Super chat, Vita, $5. Thank you so much. Says 2 days after Home and Cade died of COVID, SNL was making fun of him. Mind you, there wasn't even a vaccine available when he died. These people were evil. Right. The reason they were making fun of him was because he didn't have a mask on at an event. But we were later told that the mask didn't protect you from COVID. It protected you from giving other people COVID. So Herman Cain not wearing a mask had nothing to do with him contracting COVID and dying. Yeah, they were fucking monsters. Yeah, Destiny said, no one ever said the vaccine would stop transmissions. This is clever. First off, they did. And Destiny's like, well, that was just misspeaking. That was just Biden or Bill Gates or whoever else just misspeaking. That's clearly not what they were implying. This is a clever trick that you see that happens in real time. Oftentimes people word what they're saying very strategically. Let me give you the best example. Remember when 51 former intel agents said that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation? Remember that? Then when we found out that wasn't the case, wow, that looked really bad, right? But what did those former intel agents say? Did they say, holy shit, we were wrong? No. Does anyone remember what they said to explain themselves? Anyone? Right. Aftershock gets it. They said, what had the hallmark of Russian disinformation? We never said it was Russian disinformation. We just said, this is the type of shit that looks like it could be. But we didn't say it was. Now, all the media in real time ran and said, see, the intel agent said this is Russian disinformation. That was the narrative that was pushed out to everyone. The media wasn't saying, oh, well, this basically means nothing. They're saying it looks like something that could be Russian information, but they're not taking a stance on whether it is or not. So we're still going to talk about this as a credible news story. No, they didn't say that. They said, oh, it's Russian disinformation. Joe Biden in the debate against Trump said, oh, the intel agent said it's Russian disinformation. Same with this. Destiny will say, well, even though they did, specifically, some of them did specifically said it would prevent transmission, Destiny's argument's going to be like, well, most of them didn't literally say there is 0% chance if you get the vaccine that you could ever contract COVID. And that's true. Most people, although there were some like Biden that said that, most people never made that claim. Instead, what they did was say, you're probably not going to get the virus if you get the vaccine, and this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Right? So the narrative that was out there was basically, your chance of getting and spreading this is ridiculously low, almost non-existent. We're not saying zero, but it's so low if you get the vaccine. The problem is the people that aren't getting the vaccine and they're spreading. Does anyone, maybe Destiny could tell me, maybe any of you in the crowd, what is the argument they make? How much are they saying that it prevented transmission? Now, I saw that Lieberman passed away. Thoughts to his family. So what? Let's say hypothetically that the vaccine lowered your chance of transmitting 80%. Let's say that's true. Forget about side effects. Did it cause other harm? Let's put all that aside and just say if our only sole concern is preventing the transmission of COVID, hypothetically, then forget about all side effects, shit like that. The vaccine could theoretically prevent 80% transmission. Now that sounds high. I don't know if the number's that high, but let's assume that. Hell, let's say 95%. Make it really high. 95% reduction in transmission if you get the vaccine. Okay? Is that what they were telling you? No. They were saying if you get vaccinated, you go out and live your normal. They weren't saying, but you still could spread the disease, take precautions. You still shouldn't go out in large gatherings. They weren't saying that. They're saying life go back to normal if you have the vaccine. Then you're good. Why could Barack Obama have a big birthday party at Martha's Vineyard? They're vaccinated. They're sophisticated, remember? That's different. It's okay for them. They're vaccinated. No harm. That's right. A lot of them did say you couldn't spread it. But I'm just saying most of them didn't. That's technically true. Also, the number was per contact number, not an overall. Straight from Fabian. Yeah. So it's bullshit. That was clearly what the narrative was. And Destiny will die on the hill of, well, no one technically said that. And then when you're like, yeah, people did technically say that, he's like, but very few of them. But the implication that was given was this is a disease that's almost solely affecting the unvaccinated. And it wasn't true. In fact, the data always showed that those that had a prior diagnosed infection were less likely to contract and transmit than those that were vaccinated. And yet they were lumped in as being the pandemic of the unvaccinated. No one said, well, except the people that have been diagnosed previously with COVID, clearly they're even more protected. So it's a pandemic of the uninfected and unvaccinated. No one said that. That's right. The argument was the vaccine's the answer. Take it. Do it. And get the boosters too. Yes, protect your... That's exactly the shit they were saying. Now Destiny's going to be like, well, no one seriously was applying. That's the implication that they were giving people. Is it true? Is it true that technically most of them weren't saying, well, you have an absolute 0% chance of ever getting COVID if you get this vaccine? That's true. Most people weren't saying that. But what they were implying to people, the general narrative that was coming across was, you're safe if you get vaccinated. Sure, there's the rare chance that you could get COVID, but it's very minuscule. And if you did it, it'll very likely not be. That's the fucking implication that was given. We lived through it. And how they rewrite history is amazing. It's like how they all say, what lockdown? How many times have you seen me debate someone else say that? Lockdowns? What lockdowns? Where were you? There were no lockdowns. Lockdowns? What are you talking about? Bullshit. That's right, Matt Al said it. Biden said it specifically. But again, I'm willing to admit, most people didn't say 0% chance of ever getting COVID if you get vaccinated. I'm willing to admit that's true. But the implication that they were giving was, it'd be like this, right? It's like, take a different vaccine, like polio. While it is true that people that advocate for a polio vaccine probably aren't saying 0% chance you ever get polio if you get vaccinated. It's true. They're also saying, look, dude, if you get vaccinated, you're overwhelmingly not going to get polio, and it won't be something you ever have to be concerned with. But you're right. Technically, they're not saying 0% chance ever. But the narrative's basically indifferent. Indistinguishable. Same with COVID. They were implying that once you're vaccinated, you were all but safe from COVID. That was the fucking implication. And it was a lie. And by the way, it was a lie that actually led to people being hurt in ways aside from just side effects from the vaccine. Same way with the mask lie. Right? What was the most effective strategy to not spread COVID? Can anyone tell me? You have COVID. You've contracted COVID. What is the number one thing you could do to not spread it? Yeah, John nails it. Not what they said, which is actually true. John Jacob nails it. Stay at home. That's true of almost any. You got a fucking flu? You got a cold? What do? Don't go to work. Don't leave your house till you're over it. That's the best thing you could do. But if you tell people, well, if you wear a mask, it's okay. Well, if you're vaccinated, it's okay. What do you think? Well, that's different, Aftershock. Of course, if you're sharing a space with other people and it's inevitable, that's different. But in general, any illness you get that is contagious, what do? What's the first thing you do if you're a considerate person? Well, I'm not going to go out in the fucking public and spread the flu around everyone. Stay home till I'm feeling better. And yeah, that might unfortunately mean the people you live with are more likely to get the illness, but that's basically what you do. You stay home, you don't go to work, you don't go out to the fucking football game, you don't go out to the Democrat rally, you don't go out to the Black Lives Matter riot, you stay home. But no, what the Democrats were telling people and the experts were, oh, you have a mask. And people will say, that's not true, that's what they're saying. How many people did I debate, like Dylan Byrne, where I said, hey man, didn't you violate lockdown orders to go out and fucking march with Black Lives Matter? What's the first thing they would say? And it was 3 or 4 people I debated that said that I was like, didn't you go out to a rally? I didn't. You did. Against lockdown orders. Against the recommendations of the CDC to avoid large crowds. You went out. What's the first thing they said to me? Over and over, their excuse why it was okay. Does anyone remember? It burned in my mind. It's fucking laughable. Why was it okay? Why was Dylan Byrne going out there shoulder to shoulder with people protesting against Donald Trump? Why was that okay? Because he did something. What did he do that made it okay? Does anyone know? That's right. He wore a mask. I wore a mask, so I was okay. Bullshit. Now we know that's bullshit. So in other words, because they were wrong and said, oh, if you wear a mask, you probably won't spread it, then you had thousands upon thousands of people who may otherwise have stayed home that were like, well, fuck, I might be feeling a little sick, but as long as I put my mask on, I'll be all right. That's what they did. Same with the vaccine. Well, maybe I feel a little ill right now, but hey, I got the vaccine, which means I can't really spread the virus. So that's cool. I can go to work. I don't have to get tested. And that's not even getting into a conversation of potential side effects of the vaccine. That's just on its face. How literally the narrative surrounding masks and vaccines could have made people feel like they were immune, so they went out and did the exact things that they actually could have been doing to prevent the spread of COVID. Right, Lineback. It was very smug the way they said that shit. Racism's a real pandemic, right? Not happy. I thought about just jumping into a Destiny stream and being like, let's talk about this vax shit. It's my favorite karaoke song. Well, it depends. I like Danzig. I like doing some Mother. I like doing Tom Waits, Going Out West. Forgot About Dre is fun. Nah, I don't want to. Now, here's the thing, right? I do believe that I've basically been given whatever status is necessary on Destiny's Discord that literally I could hop into his voice chat anytime I want. But I'm not going to abuse that. Like, imagine I'm just talking right now, and then all of a sudden, without saying anything in chat, Pisco's just, bam, all of a sudden here talking to me. It's a little rude. Now, if he says, hey, can I hop on? That's one thing. My Backstreet Boys karaoke. I've probably sang them before. But the evidence at the time of the vax mandates coming out of the CDC were quite evident that forcing people that had natural immunity to get the vaccine was detrimental to them. And not just for side effects. It also, within the margin of error, but still slightly, made it more likely for them to be hospitalized with COVID. Wait a minute, Zen. Zen says, will you take my challenge? $100 super chat if I get a 6-pack this year. Wasn't it $500 yesterday? Did the price diminish by 5 times? Here's what's going on. I don't know about a 6-pack. I doubt that's happening. But I would like to... I talked to JSTLK the other day. You call me Scatman, yeah. But I don't even know if I'm interested in a 6-pack. I thought you said that the other day. I'd like to be healthier, get to a healthier weight. I don't think that necessarily getting shredded is anything. All right, let's wrap her up, probably. Any more fun X business going on? Nope, nothing really. All right. Oh, shoot. All right, so 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, I'll be talking to Hutch. I'll try, Zen. We'll see what's going on. I ain't doing any exercising right now. I've been eating pretty good, but I pulled this muscle in my back. And until that's dealt with, I'm very hesitant. I was doing my DDP yoga. I was doing good, but my gosh, does it hurt. So I think it's getting better. I got the old icy hot patch on right now. So here we'll end on this, right? I'm sort of an old man boomer. We'll judge the age and the tendencies of my audience here right now, right? So I had mentioned this phrase to my wife because I saw this phrase mentioned online. Yeah, Vita, I'll try it out. Yeah. I was at work and I hurt my back, and so I said to my wife that I blew my back out at work. That's right, Robert. Apparently, I was informed, unbeknownst to me, the phrase blowing your back out doesn't mean what I thought it meant, which was like pulling a muscle in your back. So, for example, if I were to say, I blew that chick's back out, that apparently means more of a particular types of intercourse. Yeah. So my wife's like, you might not want to be tweeting that you got your back blown out at work. I was like, oh shit. Then I'm like texting my friends like, shit, did you guys know about this? Like, and then there were like questions about the was it specific stuff or yeah. So yeah. I don't know. I have to shock. I didn't know. No, I'm not tweeting it. No. But I'm out of the loop, man. I'm 39 years old. I'm out of the fucking loop. Like, there's all kinds of shit. Even back when I was younger, I was out of the loop. I remember this one time I was like half drunk. I think I was walking to a party. I'm going through like basically College Park, like where all these college apartments are. These two dudes come up to me and we start bullshitting, and they're smoking a joint. They're like, you want to hit? I was like, nah, I'm good. But I had a 6-pack. I'm like, you guys want a beer? And they're like, sure. So we sit in the curb and we're just drinking, and this one dude's like, hey man, you got a whip? And he happened to be a black guy. And I'm like, what? He's like, you got a whip? And I thought it was like some sort of race joke, like a whip, like a slave master. I was like, no, I don't have a whip. Like, I don't know what you mean. And he's like, starts laughing. He's like, no, a car. And I was like, oh, yeah, I have a car. He's like, yeah, a whip's a car. And I was like, oh, but why? Car's less words. Abbreviations don't make sense if it's longer. Like, is car, I'll sue you if you do it. I don't know, man. That's a tough implying that So I do have a whip as a car. I do not own a whip as in a device for either cattle wrangling or sexual deviance. I do not own a whip of any sort. But yeah, I'm out of the loop. I don't know. Consider my back blown. It does hurt like a son of a bitch, I'll tell you that. It really does. Why a whip and chain the Black Mary? That's a really good line. I like Common. I used to watch his show, Hell on Wheels. I never finished it. I kind of got bogged down and bored with it. But Common was good in it. I thought he was a decent actor. Then he used to... I'm a sucker for the shows that are like one of the shows I like, Forged in Fire. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's like really cool. Thanks, Roar. I appreciate it. Forged in Fire, great show if you've never watched it. It's just like... It's the same formula as the show Chopped, where it's just 4 random contestants. Right? And they make knives, and then the 2 finalists each make like basically a sword at the end and see whose sword could be the best. And they test these knives, they build them, and then they like smash ice blocks and shit. It's a great show. Love Forged in Fire. But I like that sort of formula for a show. We're like, it will kill. Yeah, I love that show, man. It's a great show, right? I won't get my back blown out again. Thank you, Imaginary. There's a show out there. I can't remember the name of it, but the host is Common, and it's like American Carpenter or some shit. And it's the same premise, except it's people making like rocking chairs and coffee tables out of wood and shit. I actually enjoyed it. I went to eat Five Guys, got my back. I can't afford, man. I'll have to wait until I get that money for my 6-pack to fucking afford Five Guys. This shit's crazy. Prices of those places are crazy. And it's like 2 hours away from the nearest Five Guys for me. So yeah, Damascus Steel. I know about that. I assume I could forge swords and knives now because I've watched, 10 seasons of Forged in Fire. So I assume I know what I'm doing. What are you doing? Oh, come on. That's too hot for the heat treat. Dipping it in water. You got to do oil. It's funny, too, because I feel like a meta thing about the show Forged in Fire, I feel like that show is responsible for a bunch of people that go on that show knowing how to make knives. So what I mean is, if you watch like season 1 of Forged in Fire, it seems like a lot of the random Joe Schmoes they have like basically don't know the first fucking thing about making knives. Like they're making all kinds of mistakes. And now it's like everyone on the show at least knows like the normal shit that they always talk about in the show, right? Which is kind of cool because it's like, wow, I believe, like, it's not like Chopped where people know how to cook. Like, there are chefs and cooks and shit before the show Chopped. So I don't think, like, Chopped really showed people how to cook. But, like, Forged in Fire, how many people were really working on knives? I feel like, yeah, I liked Ink Master a lot, too. I really do. I feel like it's actually moved the needle. Threatened Destiny while making a knife. So... all right. I don't know how to raid people on YouTube, so we'll just head out. So 3 p.m. tomorrow. I have no idea what to expect from this fucking interview with Hutch. If he wants to debate, that's all right. That's right. The whiteout isn't dry. You just remove the canister anyways, right? You don't even piss with the whiteout. Or instead of removing the canister, you just, right, cut through it and grind through. That's the way to do it. So... I don't know what the debate's about. Hutch asked me immediately getting back from Tim Pool's show if I would be willing to come on his show and talk about going on Tim Pool's show, and I said sure. So I don't know if that's going to be like, what was it like to be on Tim Pool's show, or if it's going to be like, I heard what you said on Tim Pool's show and you're wrong, and here's why. I don't know. Bering Sea Gold, I've never watched that one. But yeah, Jim Bob's panel then will be Friday. I don't know what time. I'll let you all know tomorrow. I'll reach out to Jim Bob. Maybe he's looking for info. Maybe Hutch wants invited on Timple's show. But yeah, I don't know what that's. And then maybe, let me check some. I think then at 8 p.m. Eastern, I actually have another interview tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be streaming that one. I have to reach out to the guy. And the gist of that is it's a college student who is doing, like, his final paper or something has to do with interviewing people involved in politics. So he asked if he could interview me for like a half an hour. If it makes him uncomfortable, I probably won't air that. I'll just, if it's for a paper, that's one thing. But I assume he won't have a problem. So yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. You quit your Tim Pool membership? Fair enough. 5 p.m. Eastern for Jim Bob's panel Friday. Okay. I'll be good for that. That's Friday. Yeah. And then there's another person that reached out to me. Let me see what this is about. Okay. Another show. The Alex Kusta show. But I agreed to do an interview. Yeah. Okay. Deal with that tomorrow. But I really do. There are people that I choose not to interact with, but it's a very limited amount of people. I have no problem making myself available as long as it fits within my schedule to people, even if they don't have a channel, even if it's not related to... I actually had 2 people reach out to me, and I got a hold of one of them who literally saw me on Temple, who live in my area and are involved in politics and wanted to talk to me about, like, politics around here. So I got one of them. You know, food shops, there's a category of people. You remember the debate I did on The Crucible with the trans person, and it was on COVID? Does anyone remember that person's name? And literally, Andrew stopped the debate halfway through and was like, this is over. Because it was such a beating that Andrew was just like, I just can't. It wasn't even fun anymore because it literally became just, yeah, it was dressed like, was it purple? It was dressed like Wonder Woman or some shit. Poly People, that's who it was. I sort of put food shops in that crew where it's people that are so dumb that it's like, is it worth it? It's not like with food shops or poly people that I'm like, oh, I got doxxed. There are people like that. Like Demon Mama, the few times I interacted with them, I got community guideline strikes the next day. I'm not blaming Demon Mama. I can't even prove that it was their audience, right? But it was such a toxic, fucking shitty person that's, I choose to not interact anymore. Have I seen Food Shops debate with Andrew? No, but I bet it was good. I bet it was funny. That's funny, Zen. Yeah, I mean, Food Shop did say something that was one of the most disgusting things. Which I forget until right now. I just remembered where. So here's shit. Okay, here's how the debate with Food Shops ended up. If I remember, gosh, it's been a while, but here's how this came about. I believe. Random connection through X, Gmail, whatever, my email account, whatever. Would you be interested in a debate? Sure. What do you want to talk about? And they really wanted to talk about minor attracted persons. And I hesitate to do that. And I'll tell you, and I shouldn't tell you, because I didn't mention it at the time, and I should let this fucking secret, but I'm going to go ahead and say now. I said no. I didn't want to talk about that. And one of the main reasons is because in my line of work, working with people with developmental disabilities and autism, sometimes there are people that come to companies like mine who have a history of problematic behaviors with children. So I have not worked with those people. I have feelings on that. I'll say this as vaguely as possible because you have to be careful when you're talking about medical diagnoses. Some people that get lumped into something like Megan's Law perhaps got put there because they have a serious medical diagnosis and maybe they did something like exposing themselves in public, but it wasn't necessarily something that you would say is a deviant nature towards aggressing and harming children. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Like, that's different. The person who doesn't have a medical diagnosis, who's a 40-year-old man that's sitting with a van online trying to goad children to come home with him is one thing. Someone who's nonverbal and has severe autism, and unfortunately a tragic event happens, to me that's a different thing, right? However, I don't like to talk about those topics a lot because that is a topic that could theoretically impact my work. So I was like, I don't want to talk about it because I feel, and you could read between the lines if you so choose, that some of my feelings on minor attracted peoples would be deemed quite harsh. So I didn't really want to talk about it. I said pretty much any other topic, but that's one that I try to avoid. And it's one of those topics that can get you banned from places like Twitch and things like that. So I just don't want to talk about it. Right? That's it. That's the gist of. And then what do you think happened as soon as I talked food shops? We get into one or two topics. They know they're getting fucking crushed. So that's what they wanted to talk about. And if you go back and you watch that video, I was like, fuck, I told you I didn't want to talk about this topic, but fine. Go for it. Right? And in one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard said on here, there was some hemming and hawing and this and that and the other. And basically the argument they're trying to make is, what if it's a minor attracted person who, before they offend and do anything to a child, they seek help? And what do you think about that? And I said, okay, that person should be permanently isolated from any public situation where they could be around children. But if they've done the right thing and done that and voluntarily put themselves in some sort of facility where it's impossible for them to interact with children, okay. Thank you, Zen, for the super chat. Slowly inching towards that new computer. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. But no, that wasn't good enough. And we had to go further. And I can't remember all the specific details except the final question. I said, let me just ask you straight out. Let's say you had a kid. You have a 2-year-old. And you know that your friend tells you that they're sexually attracted to your kid. Would you let them babysit your kid? And Food Shop said, yes. And I was like, okay, you need to move the conversation to a different topic right now. Because that is amongst the most fucked up things that I've ever heard someone admit to. It happened. What do you say to that? Oh, you seem like a decent person. There we go, punished. In the Twitter chat. Do you have that section, Aftershock? Yeah, okay. Fine, we'll play it. You can judge for yourself if you think I'm misrepresenting what was said.
Or, you know,
no.
Like, or would you, even if they weren't doing anything?
If they are attracted to children and they're honest and they have no ability to control that attraction, that means that in a moment of weakness they can harm a child. That must be protected above all costs. So they should be voluntarily castrated and interned in a place where they don't have access to children. Do you disagree? Do you think, would you be comfortable if you had a child and someone said, well, I can't control that I'm sexually attracted to children, but I'll do my best to make sure I don't offend. Would you be comfortable with that person around your child?
The way I see it is that is that like when I look at a man, right? A man, just because a man is attracted towards a woman doesn't mean the man is going to necessarily go out and sexually assault a woman, right? And you can argue that in a moment of weakness, the man might lose their, lose their head and actually go out to, sexually assault a woman. But at the same time, for a pedophile, what it seems like from the Q&As I did with actual pedophiles, that
would you have them around your child? That's a simple question.
Personally, if I personally know them as a person, like as a friend, yeah.
And they're telling you, I'm attracted to your daughter, your 2-year-old.
Yeah, they can say I'm attracted and stuff, but
I suggest moving on to the next question.
Okay, all right, okay.
Don't ever have children. That's disgusting beyond belief. You need to really. I'll just be as good as being as looking at it in the best way possible for you. I'll just say I don't want to talk to you about this anymore. You need to seriously consider reevaluating your position. Should I stream with that person again? Would you? No, I did. Because they came back on. They were going to give me the business about, I said that it was two-tiered justice. Two-tiered justice when I said that the Trump paying off Stormy Daniels case was a similar crime to the Hillary Clinton getting left off the hook with a fine for campaign finance violations for funding the Steele dossier. And their big gotcha was they came on and read an article from CNN. And I was like, right, this article says nothing. You're just reading the article. Oh, gotcha. They're saying, I'm like, right, you're reading an article. I'm actually going through what the article says and proving you wrong. But read the article. That was it. I need the content, yeah. He did. I remember they did a stream with Pisco, I was told at the time, with how to react to me. Because what happened was Pisco came on immediately after that Food Shop section, was like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. That's a terrible argument. And then Food Shops got upset because Food Shops looks at it like, we're lefties. We're lefties and we all got each other's back. Not realizing how terrible they were. And so even Pisco's like, yeah, that's really bad. So then Food Shops is like, well, I got to talk to Pisco. I can't believe you said that. Yeah, I stopped interacting. I stopped interacting as much with Pisco. I'm not saying I'll never talk to them again, but I just, I used to enjoy going back and forth on X. Like I saw him the other day. Here, I'll show you a tweet I saw because I do follow him on Twitter, but I was going to respond to this, but what's the point even? Radical MAGA Republicans are trying to politicize and weaponize the Department of Justice to go against their political opponents for nothing. We must prevent this. And he's citing, in new fundraising email, James Comer pours cold water on the prospect of impeachment. Instead, lacking evidence of GOP votes, he blames the Dems. Comer said he's prepared for criminal referrals for Trump to seize on if he wins the White House. And then Comer says, even centrist Democrats called the Mayorkas impeachment trial ridiculous. What about impeaching Biden? It's clear that Democrats will choose party over country. That's why I'm preparing criminal referrals as the culmination of my investigation. When President Trump returns to the White House, it's critical new leadership at the DOJ have everything they need to prosecute the Biden family and deliver swift justice. And it's just laughable. It is a purposeful gaslighting. He literally knows that his tweet is exactly what the Democrats do. Radical Republicans trying to politicize and weaponize the Department of Justice go after political opponents. We must prevent this. And part of me wants to be like, you are aware that that's exactly what you're doing. But yes, he is aware. So why even give him what he wants, which is the engagement? So I don't give a fuck. He could be, I still don't wish ill to him. But there's no longer any relevance to talk about him. If a debate comes up and we're putting a debate on a specific issue, I'll debate it. But it's clear. That's the direction that it's gone. So, all right, interview tomorrow with Hutch. Then, forget the name of the person. Do I see it here? Someone else interviewing me later in the evening, so whoever, we'll see. And then Jim Bob's panel, 5 p.m. I guess, Friday. I'd like to get some debates lined up. That's what I enjoy doing best, but we'll see. I feel like my shit gets stale when it's just me. And it would be nicer, even if it means reviewing more debates or something like that. I'll also say this. I understand I have less people watching right now, but there will come a time until I buy my new computer when I'm at work that I'm probably going to exclusively stream to one platform, because I think a big problem I'm having is Restream. I think Restream uses a lot of my memory or GPU, and that's what's causing my computer to overheat then when I try to take a Discord call or try to play a YouTube video. So maybe in the meantime, what I'll do is only stream to YouTube. Oh, no, why is my wife here? Jeez, I should talk to Mark Lamont. I'd love to. I'd chew him apart. I'm sure I'd be a racist within 3 minutes, right? That's his shtick. If I'm thinking of the right guy. I don't know. Do I got a large forehead? I got a lot of not great features, but I don't know if my forehead's necessarily. Tell you what, my eyebrows get out of control. Yeah, Scott Adams, man, he really struggles. I don't know what's going on there. Leave the hat on. That's my secret weapon when I'm debating someone. They're beating me. I shine the bald head in their eye. I haven't talked to Zen in a while. I always thought Zen's forehead was Zen. I was unaware that it's not Zen. Until probably a few months ago. Which is fine. No, that's not Zen. By the way, wasn't Andrew on, what was he on, Fresh and Fit or whatever tonight? I saw that Rachel was doing a watch party. So good luck to him. Hopefully he's doing well on that. And proves it's. But I do plan on starting to work with... Zen Shapiro. I don't know if that's his tag on YouTube or not, but yeah, I thought you were Zen for a long, long time. I am going to start reaching out to Andrew in the Crucible and try to get, I think we're going to bring the arena back like once a month, like maybe the last Saturday of the month or some shit like that, Saturday night. I'll host the arena panel. I think particularly for the Crucible audience, the type of shit that I like moderating and talking about, like politics, not necessarily exactly what they talk about all the time. So maybe it was just getting a little old trying to come up with the topic every week. Oh, punished. What did you do? But hopefully I could set some more debates up on the Crucible. I don't know how gung-ho that audience is for political debates, but fuck it. Maybe I'll jump into some theological debates and stuff too. I do hate being a moderator. I really do. Thanks, Zen's forehead. Yeah, it's just so aggravating me, particularly if I think my side's losing. Like the side of the argument that I want to win, if I see them losing. Because I take the role of the moderator very seriously, so I don't want to put my thumb on the scale. But my gosh. You know, the worst debate I ever moderated was a good friend of mine, let's be frank, and I forget who his partner was. And then it was, I forget who the lefties were. But I guest moderated for someone's channel. I forget, maybe it was Sprouticus's channel, or, you know who it was? It was that Alexa. They asked me to guest moderate. So I said, okay. And they picked a topic for me, like, is the FBI corrupt, was basically the topic. And of course, the right wingers were like, yeah. And then the left wingers were both like, yeah, because what they did to MLK. And I'm just like, well, shit. This is boring. It sucked. Yeah, Queen Alexa, that was it. Yeah, no one wants to debate me. That's true. I have to give props to Pondering Politics that actually came on and debated me on the fucking Devin Archer thing. He's one of the rare ones that did it one-on-one. Who else wants to debate me one-on-one? I'm sure Brianna Wu told people not to do it for her stupid-ass pack or whatever. Punished. You could debate me. It'd probably not be terms of service, though. Friendly. Aftershock. Yeah, that's what we'll have to do. Just bring people on. But I mean... Fallout politics. I would love to do Jimmy Dore's show. But, I don't know. I'll talk to Andrew. I'll do a stream with Andrew. It won't be a debate. But Andrew, I don't follow this shit, right? I'm naive. For me, it's just like, come on, hit the fucking record button, play. Someone wants to debate, let's do it, stream it. Someone doesn't want to debate, fine, I'll do my stream. That's it. I know that's a terrible way to look at things for self-promotion, quality of stream. Like, I don't have, it's not like I'm writing down an agenda. This is what to talk about tonight. In my head, I'll be like, oh, that's a good thing to talk about. That's usually how it goes, right? Yeah, me versus Courtney Throwdown. That would, I lose either way. That's what I'm about. I don't know the inner politics of the shit. We started off this, didn't start off, but we were talking about Steven Crowder and all the shit with that. And his marriage and this, that, and the other. I just don't give a shit about that stuff. I don't really give a shit about the drama of online personalities and shit like that. And so Andrew's Andrew, I don't mean this negatively. I mean it positively. Andrew is not only involved in that, He saw forward enough to be like, well, I'm going to create my own platform. Because he saw when he was on, he went through some bullshit when he was on Politically Provoked. And he saw how he was basically being dangled on a string from the people Politically Provoked. And then he saw how you had, all these online debate panels. They're all ran by lefties. And he used to tell me all the time behind the scenes, he's like, they're gatekeeping you. You know that, right? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? If I want to do a panel, I'll do a panel. And he's like, no, that's not what's happening. They won't talk to you one-on-one. They won't talk to you unless they try to stack the deck and have things in a certain way. And even then, once you go on and wreck them, then they don't want to bring you back. And I was like, oh, really? And he's like, yeah. And I remember he got shit because he was like one point accusing Dylan Byrne of like being a gatekeeper in like the online political, and everyone was like, oh, yeah, sure. But I don't think he's wrong. I think Andrew's absolutely right. The more I see it. I mean, when you have, again, Brianna Wu messaged me, who's starting a PAC, or is involved in this PAC, paying even conservative streamers to go out there and spread this message to help progressives and Democrats win election. Thank you, conservatives that signed along with that. And she's messaged me like, hey, can you just like be gentle with me if you're on a panel with me and blah, 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 because I saw you could talk with Destiny reasonably, but you didn't with me. And I'm like, fuck you. When we were on the panel, you were an asshole. I was an asshole back. Oh, fuck you. I just want to let you know I've told people that were hosting panels not to host you or I wouldn't be part of them. Like, what? Okay. Man, those panels really crushed it. I'm sure it was way more excited to have Brianna Wu than me on the panel. And if it was about just viewership, like, that's where you got to give someone like Wick credit. I don't want to get too much into like DMs I had with Wick, but when I did that panel on Wick's channel the other day, Wick damn well knows his audience fucking hates me, but it's good content for him. They know it. I'm like the fucking Ric Flair of the debate sphere for all these lefties. I'm the heel that just keeps on winning, and it pisses them off, but they tune in. That's the way Andrew is. That's why they'll tune in to watch Andrew debate, because they love to hate him. Woo! Yeah. I'll wake up, Hank. I better be quiet. I don't mind Wick. Let me be honest, EOD. If I'm at the bar and I'm choosing to hang out with EOD or Wick, it's EOD 10 out of 10 times. Don't get me wrong. But as far as lefties go, Wick hasn't done anything to me. He has been cordial with me. Just saying. Everybody has their own separate interactions. I'm not saying I'm right, you're right. But he's been fine with me. I think his politics suck. But I can say that about 95% of the people I interact with online. Most of them are lefties. They fucking blow. But I don't have a problem with Wick. And he asked me if I would be a fill-in today. I thought I was going to. But they found someone. I think they found Gibbs. It was going to be talking about Texas enforcing their own immigration laws. I would have jumped into that like a train. What did you think of that panel last week? I told that guy to shut his fucking mouth. Can you believe? Like, it amazes me, like, the hot... Like, can't you just get a feel sometimes when someone's a tryhard? Like, they're trying to... Especially on the panels. The panels is when you see it the most. Someone's, like, really trying to have a hot take. Wick, Tiberius, Counterpoint, Spartacus, are they betrayers? Betrayers of what? Like, I don't even know how you could say Wick. He's a lefty. So Wick getting paid by a left-wing PAC seems on brand. I'm not a big fan of Tiberius' politics when he came out as pro-vaccine mandates and firing people that didn't take the vaccine. That's where we had our falling out, because I told him that was fucking... I kept hammering him on, like, where was the scientific evidence that made you adopt that authoritarian position? And he got pissed off about that. Counterpoints I like. I think he's a likable person. I think he's funny. I think he's a pretty good debater. He's actually a person that reminds me of me a lot in trying to be a family person. Kind of seems like someone who's down to earth. I think he's too centrist for my liking. Sprouticus, I've had okay interactions with Sprouticus. I've had negative interactions with him as a moderator, but that's hardly saying anything. Are they sellouts like Connor and Sprouticus that claim to be Again, Wick, I don't even put in that category because I don't think Wick's ever claimed to be a conservative or Republican. I don't know. I guess I have different feelings. My feeling is, if I could be completely honest, Connor I'll set aside for a second. Most of them, I think the number one motivation is they want money or they want following. So like with someone like Tiberius and Sprouticus that maybe don't have the biggest following, cool, I get to hang around big streamers like Destiny. That's what I say to that. God bless them. I don't care. I don't wish ill on them, but that's the truth. That's what it's about. Being in the hip in crowd. No, I want to be one of those good Republicans. You thought you heard Wick say he's conservative? Wow, that's shocking to me if that's true. Maybe he did. Oh, you've been banned on my channel. I think Counterpoints has another job. Counterpoints, I think he does want to be seen as a centrist orbiter of Destiny. I think that's part of it. But I think Connor legitimately hates Trump for insane reasons, but that's fine. Well, it's not that he hates Trump for insane reasons. His reasons are logical for hating Trump, but it's insane that he's willing to work with the other side based on the things that he believes, because he also believes they're corrupt and blah, 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 blah. But I think with Connor, it is because of his dislike of Trump, he's more willing to take what he sees as the immediate benefits of working with people on the other side, getting paid money, and getting a bigger audience than he's concerned about the politics of it, which is fine. I mean, again, you have to, it's so fucking weird to say this because people are going to be like, did Rob just admit he'll be a sellout? But yeah, basically that's what I'm admitting. If Nikki Haley was the Republican nominee, I ain't fucking voting for her. I'm not. If the Democratic nominee was someone I found more acceptable than Joe Biden, say RFK, and someone from RFK's team or a PAC supporting RFK was like, hey, we saw you streaming. Would you be interested in coming to this event, eating some pizza, talking to some people? I might say sure. I wouldn't fucking work for a progressive PAC to help Biden and the Democrats become more progressive. But the fundamental idea of could I see myself in a position where theoretically I would take money from a group that I didn't like because I was so indifferent to politics because both parties sucked ass so much, hypothetically it could happen. And again, my position's always been, I'm not surprised people sell out. I'm surprised how little they sold out. Like, honest to goodness, tell me in the chat right now, those that have watched me for a long time, you know me, you know I'm not a super wealthy person, you know I have a family, you know my channel's probably never going to be fucking giant or anything. If Joe Biden's team contacted me tomorrow and said, we'll give you $5 million to pound the pavement and go to cities across this country and try to get out the vote for Joe Biden, and I did it, would you blame me? Would you really blame me? Like, damn, Rob just made $5 million for 6 months' work. Aftershock would blame me. Yeah, my wife's like, yeah, fucking take it. Of course my wife said that. She's like, $5. You know, it's an interesting question. I mean, for that amount of money, take my $5 million and never fucking stream again. You know, buy a nice plot of land. Yeah, I would expect people to call me out. And I'd be like, no, I'm not a sellout. Come on, guys. I'm still cool. I'm hip. But I'd know I sold out, and you'd know it. Yeah, maybe I wouldn't do the best job ever, but I couldn't publicly say that, of course. By now I could have done the Destiny debate. Probably. Probably not. You'll see. When I do that debate, it'll be 4 or 5 hours. I'll guarantee it. When I did that Vosh Jackson Hinkle debate, it was like a 2-hour debate. I think literally my video on that's like 6 fucking hours. That's one of my problems. I'm too goddamn wordy. When I review these debates, most debates are an hour and a half, and I usually spend 3 times more talking about it. So I got to have 4.5 hours to review an hour debate. JC says, Rob, I got $5K to spend. Help me on how to spend it. I'm on Amazon. Okay, here's what you do. Email me. I'll send you my home address, and then write a check to me for $5,000. That's the best way you can invest your money. If I sell out, Aftershock takes my channel. Absolutely deal. Yeah, JC should be getting ready for the big weekend. He's got to talk to his Easter or his bunny friend, right? But that's what's always blew my mind was how little people sell out for. I understand, right? Like, if I talk to Connor, right? Let's say hypothetically I run into him at a gas station. He happens to be driving through my neck of the woods, and we just start bullshitting like, "Hey, let's go for," and I would, even despite what Connor working. It's what didn't make sense to me. Like, I saw people again. Someone sent me from Destiny's Reddit was like, Robnoerr and Fabian Liberty like attacking, gatekeeping Connor as a conservative. I wasn't doing that shit. Did anybody really think when I was tweeting at him or talking about it that I was like, fuck Connor? I don't think I was doing that. I was like, I don't give a fuck. I just find it absurd to say you're conservative and Republican, but you're helping Democrats become more progressive and win down ballot. But I was making the point, if Nikki Haley became the nominee and I said, fuck that, and I'm out there promoting the libertarian candidate and someone said, Rob, you're not a Republican, I'd say, okay, probably true. Yeah. A 24-hour hot tub stream for $5,000. Nah, I'm good. You keep your money. My dignity's worth more than that, I guess. 500,000, sure. I'll do the hot tub stream. Not really. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I could do a hot tub stream with like a shirt on or like the old style swimming, but I'm not. Nothing of a sexual nature. I'll pass on all that. Anyways, but if I could talk to Connor and Connor was like, listen, Rob, they paid me $50,000 to basically be like, well, if I was you and I was talking to conservatives, this is what I would say on abortion. I would honestly be like, yeah, dude, I fucking get it. $50,000 to go to one event in Ohio. But that's not what happened. You know it, right? You know that what actually happened was he got paid like $100 or $500. Well, it wasn't like $50,000. Right? Everybody gets that. If it was $50,000, I'd probably be like, fuck it. I get it. I don't know that I would have done it. But, and I've talked to Andrew Wilson about this before, like that we're both shocked at how little people sell out for. It's like, sell out for like what? An extra 12 views on your stream? Like, imagine being someone like Hunter Avalon and just like completely on a dime changing your entire political worldview in like a matter of weeks. Is it worth it? I mean, geez. I don't know, man. I'd rather be poor. Now there's a difference, right? Like, I'll go back to an old Bill Hicks joke, right? Like, there was, Bill Hicks used to complain about celebrities that would do commercial endorsements. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You're already rich. But he gave an exception for Willie Nelson because the government was trying to arrest Willie for not paying his taxes. And he's like, poor bastards out there shilling real rolled gold pretzels. Can't we pass a hat around? Get this guy. Like, I get that, right? Like, please never mistake me for this. If you're literally like homeless and you can't feed yourself or your family, you will never hear me judge you if you're like, fuck it, I took a job with these with few exceptions. Like, yeah, if you like literally take a job where you're harming children or something, that's clearly bullshit. But if you're like, yeah, I took a job at CNN, I was starving to death. It's like, fuck yeah, okay. You know, that's like Willie. Okay, man, that's different. You know, so I'm not saying that. I understand that that's different. You know, if people were that down and out, see ya, conservative. But, you know, it's never that. It's always people. Yeah, right, Courtney. It's these people, it's like, I don't know. The shit they're willing to do. I mean, you could take it to the base level with like OnlyFans and stuff. You know, OnlyFans, remarkably similar to like Twitch in this sense. The vast majority of people on OnlyFans aren't making any real money. It's like the top 1 or 5% are making big time money. And then everyone else is crusade for what? Zen's forehead. A crusade for like to the Middle East? I'll pass. But Twitch is like that, right? Like I get like 20, 30 people that watch me on Twitch. It puts me in the top 1% of all Twitch streamers because the average person on Twitch is streaming to 0 people or like 1 or 2 people, right? Yeah. Yeah. Courtney and me found that out. I was like, it's silly, you know? So it's like some of the things people are willing to do on those platforms, OnlyFans obvious, but even Twitch, the ridiculous, stupid shit, or TikTok. And for what? Like, okay, you went from 1 subscriber to 5? Like $25? Actually, it's half that because Twitch takes half your money. It's crazy. It blows my mind. Take back America and turn it into a theocracy. I'll pass. Not really a theocracy guy. I get it, though. You're the people I warn the left about. Why should they put me in charge? Return the conservative roots. Return to monarchy. It's the only way. I got a bunch of lunatics that watch my show. Theocrats, monarchists, fucking anarcho-caps from last night. Weird crowd. You had 150 subs? Punished? The Christian nationalists taking a chance. At least, the irony, Richie mentioned this the other day. Like, personally, if Christian nationalists ran this country, the quality of my life would increase substantially. Because I happen to be a Christian and agree with like 98% of what they believe. But still, oh wow, I've never seen that. You could put who they've gifted subscriptions to. Wow, that's really cool. Richie, it's Rich. Is Richie tall? I don't know if he's tall, but I think he's blondish. Yeah. Wow, Jesus. Oh, that's actually that you just gave Kick subs. Thank you so much, Jesus. That is incredible. I think you're the first person to ever do subs on Kick. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'll be like those TikTok people. I was just making fun. Did you ever see that? That crazy shit in TikTok where they do like pretend to eat the food and shit? Oh. What do I think of the leftist constellation theory from Destiny? Is it more plausible than the Agenda 21 conspiracy theory? I'm unaware of the leftist constellation theory. What is that? Richie's a cool guy. I like him. Definitely a Christian nationalist. Be a great guy. Look, I think it's funny. People can say what they want. I don't mind it. Like, Destiny's a big boy. I'm a big boy. People can pick on me. I don't give a shit. My rule's kind of don't fuck with people's families, right? So you won't hear me say, oh, your wife this or whatever. I don't really do that. But I try to avoid personal insults of a physical nature. But I know that I hear a lot about Destiny's job movements and things. The left is not a constellation, it's a hive mind. I really haven't rely on you showing me on Yeah, I don't watch TikTok much myself, but there's all these viral videos of like you could donate $1 will be like a banana and $5 a hot dog and $10 like a milkshake or something. And so they'll just sit there and be like, give me more. Oh, hot dog. And then pretend to eat a hot dog. Oh, thank you. Oh, milkshake, or shit like that. I don't know. In his Peterson debate, he explained why the left hates nuclear because it's part of the constellation of leftist beliefs and the in-group enforce adherence to everything in the constellation. So he's saying that there's this, like, constellation. So he's saying there's these sort of core beliefs that are spread out that the in-group preference of lefties that sort of have the narrative control believe. And so if you lose one of those positions, you're ostracized from the group. I mean, that's a way of putting it. I don't know I would put it that same way. I think I would put it as to say that basically they're given their talking points, right? There are certain things that they view the lens of the world through oppressor versus oppressed, right? So why are Muslims good and Christians bad? Usually because Christians are oppressors and Muslims are oppressed. Why are gay people good and straight people bad? Oppressor, oppressed. I think even though it's not as clear cut as that, nuclear is seen as sort of a mindset that comes from sort of the type of science that would be considered the more oppressor type thing. So nuclear would just be arbitrarily considered oppressor because it's like elitist, and there's possible that it's like against some of their core beliefs of like nature, so that it wouldn't be natural, like wind and rain and things like that. So it just seems like it's more oppressive. And I do agree with the sort of idea, though, that there are fundamental issues that if you disagree with them on, then they'll ostracize you and kick you out. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's masculine energy. That would be one way to put it, right? And so I do agree with if I'm understanding what you're saying his claims are, I do agree that there are things that lefties won't agree because they sort of have this hive mind where they have to stick with the in-group preference and they're afraid to ever leave it for any reason whatsoever. And it really ends up being laughable in many situations, right? So, for example, what happens when the Orlando nightclub gets shot up? And you have a bunch of gay dudes that are like, well, we want to train for the Second Amendment. Now, I could be a lefty and say, I don't have a fucking problem with that. Maybe I think that LGBT groups need to be supported more, blah, 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 and they should be. But why was there such a pushback of sort of gay men becoming involved in gun culture? Now you're starting to see some fringe lefties are like, no, like Vosh, he's like, go shoot Patriot Prayer people, right? So, it is true that there are shit. Okay, I got to be done here soon. It is true that there are claims that people on the left can make about the right that are true, that are things that are some sort of an annoyance to me. For example, like one of the things is that this tribalism infects itself on the right too, that you automatically assume anyone that is against the groups that you dislike must be good. So Russia must be good because fuck Zelensky. Nah, I don't believe that, right? Or fuck the woke people, so anyone that's red pill and anti-woke must be awesome. No. Right? So I do think that that's true. Or, one of the things is everything's a conspiracy theory. And again, we talked about the term conspiracy theory today. But, there is this gut reaction of, and Alex Jones has talked about this, something terrible happens, And one of the things I talk about a lot, that doesn't mean that the government created it. Hurricanes happen, tornadoes happen, shipwrecks happen, mass shooters happen. Not all of them were concocted by the intel agencies, the FBI. Some may have been, absolutely, but I see no reason to trust those intel agencies, our media, etc. at face value. That doesn't mean everything they say is a lie. They might be telling you the truth sometimes. I just no longer believe them based on their word. If they show me some sort of evidence, that's different. But I don't trust them as an institution like, oh, they're the experts, we have to listen. Fuck all that. Those days are done. I don't believe that, right? Will I buy a Trump Bible? I will not. Collector's item. So it is annoying, like shipwreck up. Clearly, MK Ultra. Clearly, FBI did it. Maybe, maybe not. I don't mind people saying it, but I understand criticism from people on the left that'll be like, the right is so anti-institutionalist at this point that their gut reactions to say the opposite of whatever the institutions say. So I get that, but yeah, the left fucking sucks. Let's not kid ourselves. We may have some sheep on our side, but they're still better sheep than the left, and we have far less of them than those on the left. Doesn't mean there aren't good lefties. Doesn't mean I won't work with lefties for the things I think are important. Anyways, I gotta go. It's midnight. I should have been done an hour ago. Thank you all so much. I should be on around 3 p.m. tomorrow. You should see me on all of these platforms and Twitch as well. So, interview with Hutch. So we'll see how that goes. I'm sure I'll make it entertaining. I try to. So thanks so much. Thank you so much, Jesus Cow, for the donation. First subs I think I've had on Kick. I forgot you were on Kick. I thought you just put in a code to show how many gifted subs you've given on Twitch, and it was just like you could show the history. And then I realized, like, oh no, shit, those are actually 25 gifted subs. That's really good. Yeah, thank you for everyone for telling me what getting my back blown out means. It doesn't mean that I hurt my back, which I actually did. It means something that I don't want to ever say happened to me. So, thank you. All right, we'll talk to you all soon. As always, have a good one.